Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Tuesday, November 29th, 2022, and I'm welcoming you to a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. It is a beautiful day today in Manatee County, and we're going to start the way we always do. We're going to start by honoring our God and by honoring our great nation. So, leading us in the invocation will be Tammy Isidore from Faith United Methodist Church. And then when she is finished, you can go ahead and take the podium, ma'am. And when she is finished, Commissioner Ron is going to introduce our Korean War veteran who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So, ma'am, if you would go ahead and lead us in prayer.
Good morning. It's great to be here. I understand that there are different faiths, so I am a Christian, and please allow me to pray to God in Jesus' name. What a beautiful day, oh God, for us to come together. Good morning. We are so glad, Lord Jesus, that we can breathe such beautiful air and we can feel the energy in this room. We are here, oh Lord, to give you this day and to invite your will to be done today on earth as it is in heaven. Thank you, God, for all our elected officials here. Thank you for the people of Bradenton, and thank you for the privilege of still coming together in one accord, as one people, to brainstorm, Father God, our ideas and to bring together the great needs of our community. So come, Holy Spirit, we invite you in this meeting. When we all leave here, we know that you are still here with us, and it is in God we trust. Thank you, God. We praise you, and we give it all to you, for greater things are yet to be done in our midst. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. That was beautiful and strong. If you would please remain standing.
I'm going to sit for a minute while I read this very impressive record of our distinguished veteran here this morning. On behalf of myself as a veteran, Staff Sergeant Bearden as a veteran, and the rest of the veterans in the room, sir, thank you for your service. This morning we have with us Airman First Class, which is a sergeant in the Air Force, George Stout. He served 4 years in the United States Air Force. I'm going to read through some of his awards, which are very distinguished. He received the Gunner's Silver Wings, Air Force Outstanding Unit Medal, United Nations Korean Service Medal with a Bronze Combat Star. That's very impressive. Korean Presidential Unit Citation, National Defense Medal, Good Conduct Medal, Korean Defense Memorial Medal, Korean Service Medal, and Group Valor Medal. I'm going to read you a little bit about his history. He served as a dorsal gunner on a Douglas B-26 twin-engine light bomber in the Korean War. He completed 34 of 50 missions. Missions that were mostly low-level, low-speed bombing and strafing aimed to detect, destroy, and damage and delay the endless stream of men and materials coursing down the roads and railroad tracks of North Korea from China and Russia through hostile, narrow, twisting, snow-covered mountain passes. The fear, the frustration, and the misery represented his finest hour as an American and a military member. Sir, thank you so much for your service. Thank you, sir. If you please come forward.
Thank you for that introduction. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir, and thank you again for your service.
Welcome.
Thank you, Pastor, and thank you, sir. Dr. Hopes, would you please read announcements and changes to today's agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the updates to the agenda for the meeting today, November 29th, 2022, which were made yesterday. Under Proclamations, item number 3, adoptions and presentations of proclamations. The 50th anniversary of Meals on Wheels Plus of Manatee County was added to the agenda. Under the administrator, recess item number 12, execution of Amendment 9 to a third-party agreement for medical, dental, flex spending, and provider network services has been deleted. Under deleted. Resolution R22-212, authorizing Manatee County Commission to participate in the Council of Governments meeting this afternoon, was deleted due to there not being any agenda items for the Council of Governments meeting. Under execution of transportation reimbursement agreement with JDNJD2 Enterprises LLC, this agenda item was also deleted. Under Public Works, execution of roadway participation and reimbursement agreement with VK Summerwoods LLC for roadway improvements was deferred to the December 6th meeting. Under Administrator for revisions and updates, item number 5, acceptance of action taken during the period of November 4th through November 28th pursuant to Resolution R20-124, recess item number 8 was revised. Under Development Services, item 15, approval of final plat and associated documents for River Wilderness Phase 3, Subphase G3. The agenda item was updated for the following 5 items. Under Financial Management, item number 17, adoption of Budget Amendment Resolution B 22-153 was also updated to include a budget amendment resolution. Item number 36, authorization to issue a purchase order for 2 water taxi vessels was added to the consent agenda. Changes to the advertised public hearings under Public Works, item number 49, ordinance 22-98, amending sections 2-22-24. This item was moved from presentation scheduled to presentations upon request. Under Utilities, item number 50, ordinance 22-109 regarding public utilities, amending section 2-31-148 was updated. And under changes to the regular agenda, Development Services, item number 53, Planning Commission appointments, the agenda item was added to the regular agenda. And under Utilities, item number 54, authorization for the chairman to execute the license and brine disposal agreement with Allied New Technologies 2, Inc. That agenda item was also updated to include a revised agreement. Those are all the changes and amendments to the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so hardly any changes. Sounds like you had an easy Thanksgiving week there. Commissioners, at this time, is there anything that you would like pulled, or any items you want pulled from today's consent agenda? Now is your opportunity to make that known. Okay, so no items will be pulled from consent. Before we start working our way through the agenda, I want to welcome Mayor Brown, who was kind enough to come down and attend our meeting today, recognize him, and also recognize former President of the Florida Senate, Senator Bill Galvano, was in the audience today as well. We are going to be a little bit out of order. We're going to go 1, 2, and 3, and then we're going to jump to 48 and 51 after that. 48 is the Pavilion naming, and Mr. McDonald's has folks here, so we're not going to make you wait all day long for that. And then the Deputy County Administrator, just soon put him to work right away rather than have him sit here all day. Dr. Hopes, what about 52, confirmation of the CFO?
We could do that.
We'll do that. We'll do 51 and 52, and then we'll head back to citizen comment on future agenda items after that. So just take a few items out of order. So let's start with number 1. We have Susan Hunt, who is the Manatee County Employee of the Month. Where is Susan? Hopefully here. Excellent. And then, as far as Manatee County employees who like Susan, you should all come down and stand behind her.
Feel of my coworkers came today.
All right. Just a few. You seem to have a lot of friends. You're very popular.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Courtney DePaul. I'm Deputy County Administrator and also Director of Development Services. So you don't often see all of our inspectors in one place at one time. So this is a special occasion, obviously, to honor Susan Hunt. And with us, I've got Stephanie Pierre-Charles, who's our Licensing and Inspections Administration Supervisor. And so she is Susan's supervisor, and she's going to say some nice things about Susan.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, County Administrator, and the County Attorney. I'm Stephanie Charles, as Ms. DePaul stated. It's my pleasure to be here today to recognize Susan Hunt as November Employee of the Month. Susan has been an employee with Manatee County for 32 years. She started as a receptionist with the Planning Division, and shortly after that, she went on to be a code enforcement officer for 25 years. She is now in inspections administration with Development Services and was vital in helping implement our virtual inspections program, which was one of the first virtual inspections programs in the state of Florida. She continues on that process now that we've implemented some new changes, a new what we call View Specs inspection program. And she's ensuring that we are moving forward in providing our citizens and our contractors with what they need to complete their inspections. Over the 32 years Susan has worked for the county, she has always maintained top-tier customer service and support to our contractors, citizens, and all county employees. She also knows how to make a lot of people happy with her cakes and her cupcakes. I think there might be one other person, Sean Baxter, that can add a few notes for Susan.
Just want to say thank you, Susan, for all your help. Us as the inspectors really appreciate all the time and effort you give to us and our support. Okay? Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Susan so she can give us some, yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. I wanted to thank all the employees here because at the end of the day, it's not me alone doing what I do. It is support for the employees, it's support for the citizens. My philosophy for working here has been I come to work every day and I try to do the best for the citizens. That's what we're here to serve the citizens, and one of the things I got recognized for was our video program process, and I'm very passionate about that because at the end of the day, I think it's a great process, and it really serves our citizens and our contractors. It benefits them more, honestly, more than the county. So it's easy to kind of be enthusiastic about that. And I'm very thankful for all the inspectors that came in today. We do have a lot of employees here, and it is very nice for them to come in. But again, I don't do this in a bubble. There's a lot of employees here. And I've been here a few years. I've been in this building since the building was 6 months old. So I've been here a few years. And I laugh when people say, oh, the new county building. I'm like, yeah, it's really not new anymore. not when I go, I've worked in it for 32 years now. So, but it's fun. There's a lot of people here I've seen a lot of people go, but it's been a great experience, and I plan on being here for a while longer. So thank you for this award.
So with that, we just wanted to say congratulations again, and then we'll be obviously rewarding Susan with a beautiful plaque from Manatee County. And then if you want to just hang on for a moment, if anyone wants to say anything.
All right, thank you. So the order of the board is, well, it's just Van Ostenbridge, Baugh, and Hopes. Commissioner Satcher and I were just joking. You managed to get every building inspector into the room at one time. It's like a contractor's worst nightmare, isn't it? Yeah.
I usually only do that when I have food.
So I am familiar with, you sort of caught my ear talking about virtual inspections, and I am fairly familiar with those, and that's a great example of, making a huge impact in how things are done in Manatee County. Something that the average citizen, right, has absolutely no idea what you're doing. I'm glad we're able to highlight it today, because it's something that makes a big impact. It's something that really streamlines things, makes government more efficient. These are things that, the public always yearns for, and, you've made a great impact on that during your service to Manatee County. So I just wanted to highlight that and thank you for that. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Susan, we all know who runs building inspectors, okay? We all know this. And we're very blessed to have you here at Manatee County. And you said something, and you said a couple of things that really struck me. And one was, you're here to serve the people of Manatee County. I think sometimes we tend to forget that, and I love when staff reminds us that that is why we're all in this room today, is to serve the people the best that we can. And the other thing that you said that I really loved was about your cakes and so forth. And I want you to know that I don't know if you've been up on the 9th floor, but we have a kitchen area that has a great table, and you can put all that stuff up there.
There have been a few cakes that have migrated up to the 9th floor over the years.
I know. So anytime, but congratulations, well-deserved, and we're blessed to have you at Manatee. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. It is rare. Well, I think this is maybe the first time. I mean, I don't often get the opportunity to address the group of inspectors, and Susan is
Might be your
kind
cue
of
to
like
get
the
the hell out of the
fabric.
room right now, guys.
Yeah, Susan is the fabric that holds it together. But under Deputy DePaul and this fine group, they have really set the example of really putting people first and our customers first, and they've dealt with a few hurricanes, and these are the folks that pulled in along with others to come out and ensure that we had damage assessments done, and as people needed to get their homes repaired, they really put forth the effort. So I thank you for everything that you do every day. And we continue to strive to provide all the support that you need. But you're all very much appreciated, and Susan is the one that keeps things moving together. And it's a great group. And you're right, most of the people have no idea the innovations that they deploy that really make a difference, both in cost as well as effectiveness. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Yes, very well said, Dr. Hopes. Good opportunity to highlight folks who are doing hard work that isn't always seen by the public. So all of you, on behalf of the 420,000 citizens of Manatee County, thank you so much for your service to Manatee County. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have to go outside for a picture.
Okay, so our next item is a proclamation that'll be presented by Commissioner Baugh, and it is for the 50th anniversary of Meals on Wheels in Manatee County. And I know this is an organization that's near and dear to Commissioner Baugh.
It is 50 years. I can't believe it. Gosh, I can't believe it. I wasn't there for all of that. Yes, for those that are not aware, I served on the board for Meals on Wheels many, many years ago, and for a while, and been very involved in their programs. So this is very special, very special. So, whereas Meals on Wheels Plus of Manatee has been serving Manatee County residents, providing vital nutrition to those in need in our community. And whereas has faithfully served our community for 50 years, providing help, hope, critical nutrition, and compassionate care. And whereas acknowledges the ongoing service and dedication of our board, volunteers, donors, and staff. And whereas has positively impacted the lives of thousands of babies, children, families, and seniors through the PLUS programs, home-delivered meal programs, the Food Bank of Manatee, the Daybreak Adult Care Center, and Friendship Dining Centers. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida recognizes and supports the 50th anniversary proclamation for Meals on Wheels Plus of Manatee, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 29th day of November, 2022, signed by our chairman, Kevin Von Ostenbridge, and Angel Coloniso, clerk of the court. For those that don't know or been involved with Meals on Wheels, I can tell you a lot of the programs that they have, that they work so hard to make sure it gets done every day. There's a lot of seniors out there that can't cook their meals. And there's a lot of people that are looking after these seniors who work. And they bring every day meals to some of these seniors. And I can tell you, most don't know that years ago my brother lived with my husband and I, and Meals on Wheels was a big part. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank all of the commissioners. I look forward to meeting with the new commissioners. Congratulations. And of course, you know, I always say Manatee County takes care of Manatee County. And your support and the support of all our donors help us to fulfill our mission. So thank you so much for this honor. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for everything that you're doing. You know, a lot of people know about Meals on Wheels, and they know generally what Meals on Wheels does, but it's hard to understand the amount of labor and how time-consuming what you do truly is. I think most of the commissioners up here are going to agree with you that Manatee County takes care of Manatee County. I know exactly what you mean by that, and I think that this board supports you in that statement. So thank you so much for all that
Thank
you're
you
doing.
all.
Commissioner
Thank
Cruz is on the board as well. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate you on the 50th anniversary. I mean, people think of Meals on Wheels as delivering meals to homes, which is, of course, the core function of what you do and your directive, but you do so much more than that. And people in this community really need to look into everything you and your team do, because you're really an important, critical part of Manatee County to support everybody from during COVID, you know, with the food handouts, to even recently, I was out there with you out in Mayaca, and right after Hurricane Ian, you raced out there and had pallets of water and Gatorade and food and cleaning supplies to help everyone. You're so much more. You look out for Manatee County as a whole, not just out for your sole mission of delivering food, and it's much broader than that. And if people really understood, and I encourage them to look into it and really understand it, how much you do for this county, you'd be even more appreciated than you already are. You've been here for 50 years. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys grow in the next 50 years. Just thank you so much for everything you do.
Oh, thank you so much. That's beautiful, and I will take that back to our staff. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really glad you pointed that out, because disaster struck, you hit the panic button, and they were there immediately. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sir, yes, by all means.
I also wanted to say that I am so grateful to have served the Manatee County through the mission of Meals on Wheels, serving nutrition to nutrition-deprived seniors and families and children throughout this county. And on behalf of our over 300 volunteers, 52 employees, and thousands of donors, thank you very much for this recognition.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next is Commissioner Ballard with a proclamation designating the first week in December of this year as Entre Nous Weekend in Manatee County.
Do I speak first, or do I
I
wait for you?
I'll go ahead.
I don't know the rules. Well, neither do I. I'm brand new.
So I'm actually really pleased and excited to be able to present this proclamation. I've had the honor of working with a few of the Entre Nous volunteers pretty closely over the years, and it's a great organization. I've also had the opportunity to actually attend the tour of homes over the years, which is just a wonderful fundraiser and a lot of fun for the holidays. So I'm really pleased to be able to present this proclamation. Whereas Entre Nous of Manatee County was founded in 1931 and is the longest-running women's service club in the county. And whereas Entre Nous has raised more than $1 million from various fundraisers over their 91 years of hard work and dedication. And whereas 100% of the proceeds from their fundraising benefits the Manatee County community in the form of college scholarships and grants to community agencies, and whereas public support for research funding will result in new treatments and better methods of early detection, and whereas Entre gave approximately $40,000 in scholarships and grants this year and has helped families in crisis with emergency funds, and whereas this year marks the 43rd year for the Entre Holiday Tour of Homes, the most widely known fundraiser provided by the club. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, the first weekend in December of 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Entre Weekend in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 29th day of November 2022.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. This is our 43rd annual tour of homes. I had notes, but forget that. Much was already said in the proclamation, so I don't have to repeat. Well, I will repeat the note that 100% of our proceeds goes back to Manatee County, and I've heard that ringing true already in the messages that have been brought forth in presentations this morning. So thank you again for this opportunity, and we look forward to more years of serving this community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. So we will entertain motions on proclamations verbally.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve today's proclamations with a second by Commissioner Satcher. All in favor of approving proclamations, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, proclamations pass unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Okay, we're going to skip ahead in your program to item number 48, which is a resolution naming the pavilion at the county's Emerson Point Preserve, the John J.P. McDonald Pavilion. And before we get to the resolution, I'm just going to read some information to you about the pavilion and about, not really about the pavilion, I apologize, about Mr. McDonald. So John McDonald was a Sneed Island resident since 1967 and a 35-year educator in Manatee County Public Schools. Unfortunately, he passed away unexpectedly in September of 2021. Among his many leadership roles as an advocate for the environment and for the Sneed Island community, one of his most significant contributions was during the 1980s and 90s in the lobbying for the acquisition of the preservation/park or the preserve that we know today as Emerson Point. And that was part of essentially the Florida Forever, I'm going to segue here, part of the Florida Forever program. The state owns like 75% of the park, and the county pitched in about 25% of the money, but the state essentially turned the land over to the county to manage it. And so it's a county park, but he and others managed to get it done with a lot of someone else's money. It's the best way to buy something. Smart man. The establishment of Emerson Point Park in 1991 was a true grassroots, community-based accomplishment, crafted from countless hours of collaborative work with elected officials from Manatee County to Tallahassee for the benefit of all in Manatee County. And from start to finish, John played a vital role in the success of this locally born initiative. At the annual meeting of the Sneed Island community in October of 2021, residents voted unanimously to fund the purchase of a memorial bench, as well as to support the pursuit of naming Pavilion Number 1 at Emerson Point Preserve to honor John's tireless efforts on behalf of the citizens of Manatee County. So today we're going to vote to name the pavilion the John J.P. McDonald Memorial Pavilion. I think we're ready for a motion at this time. And after we get a motion in a second, we're going to hear from Mrs. McDonald. I'll second it. There we go. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh and a second by Van Ostenbridge to approve the naming of the pavilion. And now I'd like to ask Mrs. McDonald to step forward to the podium. She would like to say a few words about her husband.
Just one correction, that he was a resident of Sneed Island since 1976, not 67. But
oh, I
that's
apologize.
a minor detail. He wasn't quite that old.
Little dyslexia slipped in there on me.
That's okay. As you said, thank you for having me here today. I'm John McDonald's widow, and I'm here on behalf of the naming of the pavilion at Emerson Point. And I can tell you that he would hate this, but he never liked recognition, really. He just kind of went about his work and did what he thought was right. And I just want to say a few words about that. There was an article written by Tom Tryon, who was the opinion editor at the Sarasota Herald Tribune for many, many years. And he wrote it in 2013. And this is what he said: Emerson Point Preserve is more than just a pretty place. It is a historical site, an environmental treasure, and a recreational gem. The preserve is the people's park. I never really thought of it as that, but it truly is the people's park. If you've been out there and seen the people that are there, it's truly a wonderful, wonderful place. And it's really a testament to private stewardship coupled with public activism. And that activism started in 1981. John and I were down at the foot of the Green Bridge, and there was a sales trailer down there. And it was advertising 8-story condominiums for sale at the tip of Emerson Point. And that kind of began a 10-year odyssey on our part as far as preserving that point. It truly was a grassroots effort. It culminated in the purchase of that park in 1991. And as your chairman said, it was a partnership between the state of Florida and Manatee County, and the state provided 70% of the money, and Manatee County provided 30% of the money. And interestingly enough, the citizens of Manatee County voted 78% to tax themselves to purchase that park. I don't know that we've ever had any kind of numbers like that in a very long time. Along with a small cadre of people, John spent those 10 years attending commission meetings like this, land preservation meetings throughout the state, trips to Tallahassee on the bus to lobby legislators, writing letters, and speaking at more than 100 civic association and homeowners association meetings over those 10 years. In 1991, Emerson Point Park came to fruition. I'd also really like to thank the vision of Charlie Hunsaker, who at that time was over the environmental lands, and I believe he's over parks now. I'm not quite sure where he's at now, but his vision brought the current park to what it is today, and it's just a beautiful, passive recreational park. After retirement from the Manatee County school system, John also spent every single day sitting in that pavilion playing his accordion. I'd like to thank you for considering this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, we're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak for or against the naming of this pavilion? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on the naming of the pavilion today?
There is no one on the phones at this time.
Okay, we're going to close public comment, and Dr. Hopes is on the board very quickly, and then we'll move forward with the vote. Dr. Hopes?
Very quickly, I just want to say, as a resident of Sneed Island, if you haven't visited, it's a great place. If you've had a hard day under the prior Board of County Commissioners, you can go watch the sunset and view the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. I may not have to do it quite so often now. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot that you're a resident of Sneed Island. I probably should have just put you on the, I should have put you on the board. I didn't think of that. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, just real quick, I mean, to what the county administrator said, Emerson Point's a beautiful place in Manatee County. I mean, sometimes it gets a little overshadowed by Robinson Preserve because there's a little more amenities there, but not everyone wants all the amenities. Some people just want a quiet, beautiful place to spend time. And it's a testament to what this county can do with our environmental land tax that was voted on to have active land that's not only protected, but just, a great amenity for the county. So I appreciate everything you've done, John's done, and everyone out there done to bring that to fruition and make that a reality for Manatee County. And if you haven't been out there, I highly encourage it. It's a great way to spend a few hours, if not a whole day, between the little beach at the end to the trails you can walk through and the trees out there. It's an absolutely beautiful place.
Thank you, sir. And Dr. Hopes is correct. It is part of District 3, which is my district. And when I went out to the Sneed Island HOA meeting, one of the first questions I was asked was, we were redistricted into your district. How did that happen? I said, well, actually, I fought like hell to get you into my district. There was a lot of back and forth between Commissioner Thatcher and I, but we felt that there should be one single rural district with an advocate, and then there should be a coastal district that had a strong advocate, and that all of the beaches and the aquatic preserves should be located in a single district. And we, for the most part, did achieve that. And I couldn't be, more proud to represent the Emerson Points, and now hopefully the Rattlesnake Keys, and the Robinson Preserves of our district and our county. It's some of the crown jewels of the county. So at any rate, with that, let's move forward with the vote. All right, it passes by a vote of 7-0, and the pavilion is now known as the John J.P. McDonald Pavilion. Thank you so much. All right, Commissioners, we're going to move on to item number 51, again, jumping ahead in your program, and that is the confirmation and appointment of Deputy County Administrator. I'm sure Dr. Hopes will be presenting. There's a slideshow for this.
While they're doing that, I can use it the old-fashioned way. This is the Glenn Gibellina way to display information.
You're gonna inflate his ego even further. Yes, you have to say for the record then.
And good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Scott Hopes, your County Administrator, and I want to welcome the 3 new commissioners to the dais. So with this, are you able to do your little fancy camera thing? I don't normally respond to the press. We're here today for my request to confirm Mitchell Teitelbaum as the 4th Deputy County Administrator. You may recall we did have 4 Deputy County Administrators, but on the day of you taking up the amendment to my agreement, we had a Deputy County Administrator following the clerk's correspondence with you to abruptly resign, and she left the building. So it's been a number of months where the current 3 Deputy County Administrators have really been carrying that load to pretty much the maximum. I don't normally respond to press, but given the fact one fake newspaper and one newspaper printed a former county commissioner's allegations that this fiscally conservative board was increasing the cost of administration, I just wanted to present the facts in a public meeting, and I can do it under oath. Can we display my slide here? You guys got it? Oh, I just can't see it. So, allegation number 1 was that this board and this county administrator was growing administration. The fact of the matter is, under Sherry Courier, there were 14 executive positions, directors, deputy county administrators, and under this board and administration, we are down to 12, which I believe, if the math is correct, is a 13% reduction in the number of FTEs leading Manatee County government. And these numbers include the hopeful confirmation of Mitchell Teitelbaum. On the economic side, it is a direct reduction in salary dollars for executive administration of $270,563. That doesn't include a reduction in the benefit cost. So with this approval, not only have we improved the effectiveness of leadership, because each of these deputy county administrators has direct reports from departments who have done an exceptional job of following your vision and your direction to take money out of the stabilization funds and the reserve funds and deploying those hard-earned tax dollars to roads, sidewalks, parks, aquatic centers, and the list, and even Royal Palms and pickleball courts at GT Bray. And so that work doesn't get done without support from executive leadership to help them to get the work done that matters for the county. And then there are a couple other slides we maybe I'll get. Nope. We're fine. There's an organizational chart slide. And I just want to show you a picture. There's a different email. We don't need to get there. Through this organizational change and your confirmation, we go from somewhere to around 20 direct reports to the county administrator. As you know, over the past year and a half, we've been redesigning the county so that now we have the county administrator, and I have about 6 direct reports now with the 4 deputies and the chief financial officer and the CIO. Now, if you recall, Jan Brewer was able to take on the extra duties of HR and some other departments, principally because she had Sheila McLean running the Department of Finance. Sheila McLean is now the CFO. She doesn't have another Sheila McLean, so I felt I wanted her to be successful. There was a slide showing the new the reports that will go to Mr. Teitelbaum, which includes HR, a new Office of Professional. Yes, we do have. They're preparing them. In addition to that, fleet, transit. Where are my notes? My slides. There we go. So I can't read it, but that's the new alignment, and I have all the deputies here if you would like to hear how glad they are that they're going to be able to lighten their load a little bit. So that's basically, with your support, this rounds out the redesign of Manatee County government. It aligns various departments and divisions with each individual deputy's experience, skill set, and education. And it lightens the load a little bit for me because I've been carrying both economic development and a couple of other areas that now will go to Mr. Teitelbaum. If there are no questions about that, I can get into a little bit of an introduction to Mr. Teitelbaum. Any questions?
No, I would only point out to folks who are viewing that it looks like some deputies have more boxes than others, but there's rationale to that. I mean, not every box is the same by any means.
Right.
Utilities is a behemoth, so is Public Works.
Poor Deputy DePaul here will tell you, because, she took on utilities, and then she took on utilities while we were preparing for and then recovering from Hurricane Ian.
Right.
And so if you were to look at the number of individuals, those 2 boxes that Deputy DePaul has accounts for probably about more than a fourth or probably pushing a third of all the FTEs in the county.
Yeah, it's almost a $400 million operation.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it really is workload. If you look at it, there are a couple of divisions, not departments, in addition to departments that Mr. Teitelbaum will be over. Transit and fleet are divisions that used to be under Public Works. As you know, Mr. Butzo, the Director of Public Works, has successfully increased his project throughput by over 100% in the past year. And that's because he has been freed up from transit and from fleet to focus on roads, and bridges. And so it aligns workload. There may be some tweaks, but the number of boxes is not as relevant as the number of managers and directors that are reporting to these folks. So
Yeah.
thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I think that's an important one to point out. And then on the subject of transit, if we just leave the org chart up, on the subject of transit, that's one that you and I have discussed multiple times. It's sort of a tweener, right? Like, it's
Yep.
not its own department by any means. We discussed transit being in public works as it was, going to community services, perhaps it fits there, but it doesn't really fit anywhere. So I'm glad that you just pulled it and sort of made it its own standalone with somebody who, can focus solely on that. Chad did a great job with transit, by the way.
Fantastic.
I have he did a very good job with it, but like you said, the board's focus is on improving traffic congestion in the county and improving traffic safety in the county. And with that focus, he should be freed up to.
Yes, sir.
to
And
focus.
Mr. Togbaum has extensive experience. As you know, the school district moves a tremendous number of vehicles a day. And he's also has been over safety at the school district. And that's transporting our most precious cargo in the county, our children. And so it's a good alignment, and I appreciate his willingness to come down the street and join
And good conversations for another day, but he might be obviously he's the perfect liaison for this, is conversations about, are there opportunities to share transit responsibilities with the school district?
especially around special needs transportation and some other areas.
Absolutely. Okay. Commissioner Baugh is on the board as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out, I thank you for having this information for us this morning. I think the public, as well as the new members of the board, they need a better understanding of how the county is being divided up and so forth. And I just wanted to point out one more thing. It's funny, I will tell you that a reporter had already called me this morning asking about the new board and what direction we were going to be taking, et cetera, et cetera. And I basically told them he was asking if there was a story, anything that we were working on that he could look into. And I told him I thought probably the biggest story right now in Manatee County is that, number one, you've been a great administrator at following the lead of your county commission, and that has worked out very well. And the other thing is that the entire county government, you've looked at every department since you've been here a year and a half, looked at every department, made some major changes, found a lot of things that maybe weren't up to snuff or whatever, and you've dealt with them, and you're rebuilding the county government, basically. And I think this board has really helped in helping you make that direction and make those changes and move forward. So it's a great day, seriously, in Manatee County today. And I do welcome all the new commissioners. I think it's going to be a good time. I think we're going to get a lot done. And that was the other thing I told him, so you know. I told him that he should probably contact you and have that conversation. And that, that we do hear from the fake press, none of which is in this room, by the way, when I say that. I don't want anybody to think. But, they say that we're moving too fast. Well, I disagree. I think we are moving quickly. We're trying to make good changes for the people of Manatee County. And that's what we are here to do. That's why they voted the way they did. And that's what we're going to do. So thank you for all of your help in this last year and a half.
Thank you. These have been educated decisions, and as you know, the people that we've been bringing in are very capable, with great educations, advanced degrees, and through your leadership and direction to me, I believe we have effectively elevated the quality, which shows in the service that we're giving to the people. And the other thing is, with this confirmation, it also frees up more of my time to spend with each of you. And I realize you haven't gotten as much time as you deserve and want, but I did have to focus on the priorities of moving the government forward under your direction.
All right, thank you, sir. And Commissioner Cruz is the last on the board.
Yeah, I'll just say to people, looking at this chart and asking questions about the new hire, and I'll say it now, not after you introduce Mitch, because I don't want him to interpret it as being about him, because I think Mitch is a great guy. But just in general, in terms of staff, we say this all the time, and it goes both ways. The staff and the employees and the organization of this county is at the direction of the county administrator, not us up here. We have 2 employees. We've got Dr. Hopes, and we have a county attorney. That's it. Our recourse to disagreements with staffing, our recourse to disagreements with organization is to terminate our 2 employees. That's our only option. We can opine on it, but we have to leave it to Dr. Hopes at his discretion where he thinks it's in the best interest of this county to organize these things. Some of these things are great. I think utilities goes great with Courtney. I think breaking out the transit and the fleet from Public Works is a great idea. So now it's up to the county administrator to prove this is a good move for Manatee County, and I believe it is. I believe we're going to see a lot more progress here. I'm hoping we see a lot less micromanaging here. We finally built out the entirety of the team per se, so now things can flow smoother, and as he said, it gives him more time to meet with us and move some of our policies forward. But we can't micromanage just like we can't ask him to micromanage. I trust his judgment, I trust his hires, and every year we have a budget. And come budget time, if it looks like the administrative level, the top level, is bloated and we feel it's taking away from services of the citizens, then we have the opportunity to push back on that. And we have the opportunity to correct that, whether it's at the top level in terms of who we utilize, or to adjust the budget. So, this isn't a conservative board, not conservative board. We've given direction to the county administrator to streamline this government, to shrink this government, to become a more efficient government. And what I've seen in the past 18 months is a process that is steering him towards the policy that we've dictated up here. And I'm fully comfortable that this org chart is going to continue doing so, but he also understands, it's the onus is on him to prove it out. And if it proves otherwise, then that's the risk he takes, and that's the risk we take. But, this isn't, people want to jump on this like it's a 4th person, like that in and of itself is a problem. It's not until you see the outcome. If people start getting their permits done in half the time, if people start getting, things moving forward, whether it be roads and infrastructure or improvements of transit, then you'll be happy with these 4 county deputy administrators. So, let's let it play out before you start making judgments on who is being hired and how many people are being hired. Let's see what the outcome is. It takes time to do it, and I fully expect it to be successful in the long run, because so far everything he's done from an org change from REO department to so forth has been successful and has been an improvement to the efficiency of this government.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well said. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
One of the things I like to look at is how can we be more effective? Okay. Sorry, guys. How can we be more effective, right? How can we bring the best services to the residents of Manatee County at the highest level, right? And sometimes, whenever we look at an organization, there's a lot loaded on 1, 2, or 3 people. And sometimes, with that being said, the residents may not be getting the best services, right, because of that we could be possibly giving them, right? So I look at, from a management perspective, if I add this 1 person, right, to help minimize, right, the workload on some of the employees that we have in this county, by being able to manage it at a high capacity so that you, as the residents of Manatee County, can have the best services that you deserve. That's the most important thing to me, because I want to ensure that each one of you have the best services in this county that we can offer, that we can bring to the table, because that's our job, right? So being able to reduce some of the workload on some of our upper management, all right, to be able to manage it so that you can get the best service is very important to me. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ball. You were on the board. You remove yourself?
No,
Okay. Commissioner, oh, you did remove yourself. Okay. All right. In that case, I think we will entertain motions now. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, he'll draw that up.
If Mr. Titlebaum I'm going to do a really, really
You want to go ahead and introduce the guy after all that?
Mr. Titlebaum, if you would join me. Obviously, I worked with Mr. Titlebaum while I was on the school board and chairing the school board. And so I had the opportunity of spending 4 years of engaging with him, seeking his advice and counsel, but more importantly, observing his effectiveness in all the challenges that were presented to him and the opportunities that were afforded to him. While he's not being hired as an attorney, the two attorneys on the dais probably know what I've learned over the years, and it's there are a lot of attorneys that don't necessarily practice law, and the education that one gets in law school is very effective at teaching a process with which to arrive at decisions, to assess situations, and most importantly, to communicate. And so he is a member of both the Florida bar, the California bar, and the New York bar, and has been for a number of years. He has his law degree from the Shiva University in New York. He's got a graduate degree from New York University, NYU, and he has an undergraduate degree from NYU. And his experience is both in the private sector and the public sector, which is one of the things that you looked at me for. And so I am more than pleased, and I'm even honored to present him to you for confirmation, and that he would choose to join us to really help move this county forward. So with that, Mr. Sheriff, he could just mention a couple of words or answer any questions before you make your motion and take a vote. Oh, motion and then public comment and then a vote.
Okay, thank you, sir. I've actually had two people in the community come to me unsolicited to offer advice on Mitch Titlebaum. I knew him anyway, but sometimes we would debate on Facebook on politics. But two people who came who were pretty well-respected folks within the community, and each of them had very similar things to say. Each of them complimented you on your intellect and told me that you would be an asset to our county and you're one of the smartest people that they know. So I would certainly take that as a compliment. And as I told you the day, I knew your dad, who's passed, but he was sort of a establishment of real estate out on Anna Maria Island for a long time, and was very good to me. Not that that has anything to do with today, but he was a very good guy, and I just wanted to make that comment today publicly. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, real quick, just because you mentioned something. I fully support, I'm the one who made the motion. I fully support this hire, but I would just caution, because I said it a minute ago, we have two employees up here. One's the county administrator, one's the county attorney. That's the county attorney over there. I fully expect you to, but let's be cognizant of staying in our lanes. I appreciate the background and the education, Mr. Titlebaum, but I more appreciate his experience at the school board and what he's bringing to where you structured him in the org chart. Nowhere in that org chart is on our legal department. So I don't want to start hearing that there's basically briefs and counter briefs between the county administrator and the county attorney. That's my county attorney over there. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. that I expect everyone to stay in their lanes regardless of who is or is not an active member of the bar.
Well said, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
I guess I'm going to say something totally different from my fellow Commissioner Cruz. This board does only hire two people. We know that. But obviously, this entire board is involved in the daily operation of the county in speaking with the county administrator and now the other deputy county administrators. And Mitch, I've known you a long, long time, and I knew your dad, and you know, your dad was a great guy. And so I'm thrilled that you even considered coming to Manatee County. But at the same time, the biggest question for me was whether or not the deputy county administrators that I admire so much, that are doing such a great job for Manatee County today, that you would fit in with them and move the county, continue to move the county forward. And I did have a conversation with the administrator on that, and you know, knowing you as I do, and your beautiful wife, I knew that you would do everything within your power to fit and make it work. So it was kind of an easy decision after I thought about it for a little while and so forth. I can't speak highly enough of the deputy county administrators that we have, the team that has been put together, and I think you'll be a valuable asset. No, sir, you're not the county attorney. No, we only have one of those. But I know that with your expertise and you being a licensed attorney, different departments that you'll be involved in will, you know, it'll be very helpful for your background as an attorney. So I am eager about that. So even though we haven't voted yet, I think that it will be approved, and I just wanted to say congratulations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And these, Dr. Cruz, Commissioner Cruz is correct that we just hire the county attorney and the administrator, but this is his core team. There's his 4 deputies, and so he does bring these to the board for some sort of vote of, you know, solidarity on our part or approval on our part, and I think that helps all the way down through the org chart to show that the board is not just behind Dr. Hopes, but the board behind all of his administrators as well. Commissioner Bearden.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is that will you increase productivity, right? And I'm going to trust Dr. Hopes to manage that, right, at the highest capacity, right? That's what you're hired for, increase productivity and ensure that we bring the best services possible to Manatee County. So that's all I have for that.
All right, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, we have a motion. Oh, you are on the board. I am. Commissioner Ballard. Here we go.
Mr. Teitelbaum, I will say I too have heard from a couple of members of the public, and what I have heard is about your intelligence as well as your organization and your ability to get things done in a really productive way, and I found that information from a few different sources, and I found that very very comforting as we move forward on this process. That's all. Thank you.
When the attorney on the board weighed in, I thought it was going to be more exciting than that. Okay. Mr. Clegg, do we need to open this for public comment? Let's do that now. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 51 on today's agenda, the confirmation of Mr. Teitelbaum? Okay. Oh, we do have someone. Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on this specific issue.
Glenn Gibalina for the record. Manatee County, I won't need 3 minutes. So, Mitch and I go back 8 years, twice as long as Dr. Hopes. And over those 8 years, we have sparred on a lot of contentious items. And I will tell you that Mr. Teitelbaum has treated not only myself, but the rest of the citizens of this county with utmost respect and compassion on our concerns with the school board. And it is the school board's loss and our gain that's here. I'm thinking maybe because of the new school board, there's going to be less problems, and he's going, well, I'll go where I can really be useful. That's how I'm looking at it, but we're getting somebody with utmost ethical backgrounds, respectful to the public. You know, we had some issues on parenting time when I was going through my divorce. He walked me through that, so utmost respect on helping me out in that decision. but you got a winner here, and he likes to surf. The guy will never grow up, so you got a young guy at heart, and you're going to be great. Thank you so much for coming aboard.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak on this item? Ma'am, it's been a while, so first, last name, county of residence. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on this issue.
Hi, Carol Feltz, Myakka City, Manatee County. I wanted to say that I appreciate the perfectly logical explanation that you've offered to all of us for the staffing. I think that's rather commendable. Even though we are drawing from the small gene pool, it's good to have people with the familiarity of our county mixing up the group here. And I'm kind of looking forward to moving along so we could all stop the excessive adoration at the moment, because we're going to do okay. So we're just going to move along. And thank you, Dr. Hopes, for taking the time to do this. And Mr. Cutter.
He gets the adoration today, ma'am, but as soon as something goes wrong, don't worry. He'll be back at the podium. Is there anyone else? The honeymoon's over when you walk out the door, Mitch. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this appointment? Okay, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on this item?
We do have one caller.
Okay.
Would caller ending in 623. 623, please press star 6 to unmute.
Caller ending in 623, as you press star 6 to unmute, please open up by stating your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Caller, press star 6 to unmute your phone.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We hear you now.
Okay. Garen Hoover, speaking on my own behalf, not on behalf of any committee. And I just wanted to, I've heard all the comments. I agree with Commissioner Cruz that you guys hired the 2 employees. And I understand where Commissioner Bearden is coming, hiring the highest quality people. That's all well and good. But I would like you guys to put a pause on this. And I know that's probably not going to happen. That's okay. But if you look at the assistant superintendent title that has been given to him, I have never heard that title with the school district. And all of you know, I've been very involved with the school district. And I believe that title requires a board action by the school board. So if that's true, what I'm telling you, using that title isn't fair. And I would ask you guys to look into that, because if you're starting off on a bad foot, that's indicative of what may happen down the road. I would also like to say there was it's ironic that he's been in charge now of HR, and some of you may not know, but there was a sexual harassment claim that he had to take some additional training on, and that was only about 1.5 years ago. So I would ask you, just pause this, take a look at that, and then make a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Has anyone else called in on this item?
Yes, we have one more caller. Would caller ending in 782. 782, please press star 6 to unmute.
So caller ending in 782, as you press star 6 to unmute, please open up by stating your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Good morning. My name is Paula Lonis, and I've been a resident of Manatee County here for about 17 years. I appreciate how Dr. Hopes laid out the need for this additional deputy, and I know that Jason also explained, having these services, spread out amongst a number of people. My concern, however, and this is the first time I've ever called into one of these meetings, because when I saw this name come up, the timing was just curious to me. So Dr. Hopes has expressed that this position had been open for several months now, right? His staff has been really strained on it, and he's had this relationship with Mr. Teitelbaum for quite a number of years. My concern is that the timing of this, pulling him away from the school board, this is somebody with a deep level of knowledge of the school board, but also was pivotal in the takeover, the controversial takeover of the Lincoln School. He was a key player in that, and the folks from that school are finally going to be getting their day in court very soon. And I'm just wondering if by pulling him out at this time is favorable to him so that he doesn't have to address some of the issues that arose there. So I would also ask for a little bit of a pause, especially for some of the new folks on the board there that might want to do just a little more research. I understand Mr. Cruz has been very vocal about who they hire and who they don't hire, and it's but I just think for this particular person, even though I appreciate all of the accolades that he's had, I'm just questioning the timing of this, as why now, when this lawsuit is going to be coming and nobody knows more about it than this gentleman. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, caller. Do we have any other callers today?
That is all the callers at this time.
Okay, we've held public comment. There are no commissioners on the board. We'll hold the vote at this time. Commissioners, please cast your votes. That's you.
I'm the only one you're waiting on?
I think so. Is there anyone who has not cast a vote yet? There we go. So it passes, Madam Clerk, a little delay there in the system, passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations, Deputy Administrator Teitelbaum. Yes, ma'am. So the motion was made by Commissioner Cruz, and it was seconded by Commissioner Ron. Mr. Teitelbaum, would you like to address the board, sir?
Yes, I would. I want to express my extreme gratitude for this opportunity. I'm very humbled to come before you to continue my community service. It has been wonderful to have served the school board. This is the next chapter. This is a new board. Congratulations to those that are on this board. And I will faithfully serve you, our county administrator, and most importantly, our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and welcome aboard. Okay, we're going to move then to item 52, and then we will return to our previously scheduled agenda. Item number 52 is the confirmation of a CFO, which I'm sure is Sheila. Dr. Hopes, I believe you're presenting this one as well. Don't get too comfortable.
In this request, Commissioners, for your confirmation of Sheila McLean as your Chief Financial Officer is long overdue, but she and I have talked about it. First of all, I want you to know, and you've experienced it firsthand, she pivoted immediately upon the departure of the prior CFO and has just done an astounding job. She met with me this morning to help prepare the financial analysis. She worked on it last night. But I felt that given how long she's not only been with the county, and she can talk to that, but because I believe she's going to continue to be with the county and this board and administration for a number of years, I felt that it was important that these confirmations be done by the new board. And so I realize that the new members whose first meeting is today have not had the opportunity to work directly with Sheila as much as your colleagues, but she is an exceptional resource. She is a very good financial counsel to me, and she has been really putting in the time and effort helping to navigate and get us through the most recent bond issue. And with that, I humbly ask for your confirmation of Sheila McLean as our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, sir. We do have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve Ms. McLean as the CFO, and a second by Commissioner Cruz, and Commissioner Cruz is on the board to speak. Sir?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I completely forgot she was interim until this came up on the agenda. You've been doing an amazing job. I mean, this is long overdue to get rid of that interim tag. This board throws a lot at you. We've been working on trimming down the millage and trimming down the government and increasing services, and every step of the way. There's been no hesitation, and almost immediately, you almost know what we're going to ask before we ask it, because a week or two later, you're like, here's the new budget with the new framework, and here's how this is going to work. I couldn't be happier with you in this role, and I'm very happy to see this interim tag, which I thought was already gone, finally taken away.
Thank you, sir. And yeah, I'll reiterate some of that to the folks. You know, we have a lot of members of the public here today, and I think a lot of them are my constituents. So that's why I keep addressing the audience occasionally, just sort of fill you in on, you know, the details of what's going on throughout the meeting. This is not just Sheila, but the whole department is one of our stronger departments. I'd say it's a very strong department. In the work they do, it's a $2 billion organization. Everything from, you know, bonding to spending down reserves, probably the easiest part, to, you know, and there's so many different laws and requirements and regulations that go along with how government can spend money and spend certain money. It's I could never work in that department in a million. I couldn't deliver the coffee in that department. But they do a tremendous job. Sheila does a great job leading them, and she has the support of everyone in that department as well. And I think she's going to see that she has the support of everyone on this board in addition to that. I don't have anyone else on the board at this time. Dr. Hope, do you want to make a statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, in full transparency, I also want you to know that in my negotiations with Sheila, I agreed to make her CFO pay retroactive to October 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year, in fairness to her, because she has been doing this work for months and months and months, and I felt that was fair to her.
I think that's fair. We had a hurricane that delayed us, and then we had a long gap in meetings for this board. So I think that's fair. And honestly, the previous board members would have voted to confirm Sheila as well. I have no doubt about that. We'll open this to Mr. Clegg first.
Yes, sir. And I don't normally speak on these decisions, but I do want to say I've had the privilege in my career of working with CFOs for many different counties, not just Manatee County, Orange, Seminole, Hillsborough, Pinellas, just to name a few. And Sheila is one of the best I've ever worked with, and I very much hope that the board confirms her in this position.
Thank you, sir. We're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward and speak on the appointment of our CFO? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on this item?
There is no one on the phones at this time.
All right, I'm going to close public comment. And commissioners, no one's on the board, so let's cast our votes at this time. Just one on the board. As soon as the vote's done. Congratulations, Sheila. The vote passes by a vote of 7-0. Madam CFO, the floor is yours.
I can stand by here and talk to you about budget all day long,
Please,
about
no.
financial management all day long, but the hardest part is to talk about myself. So I had to write it down. So it's going to be short. There's no PowerPoint involved. I truly thank you for entrusting me with this position, and I do not take it lightly. I started my career 30 years ago. However, it was in Manatee County where I chose to build my lifetime career since May of 1999. And not only that it has given me a work family, it has given me more than that. I have learned from so many talented professionals along the way. I have been with Manatee County through good and bad times. And the sum of these experiences have only shown me how resilient Manatee County is, citizens and government. And I am very proud of that, and the reason why I want to be part of such a great organization. Manatee County is reacting today to how the entire world is reacting, is changing, and it's time to embrace change. I stand here supported with a wonderful team behind me who are hardworking, dedicated, smart, creative, and I had grown with that, and I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I hope that along the way, I have inspired and keep inspiring other young talents to pursue a career in Manatee County and choose to be something greater every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those words, Sheila. Commissioner Satcher, and then Commissioner Baugh.
I took myself off the board because that was wonderful. Lots of times we have to make votes, especially on employee decisions, and sometimes you got to make a yes or no vote, and sometimes we'll have reservations. But with this, I have no reservations. Just seen you do an incredible job, and excited to have you on. That's the CFO.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh and Bearden.
Sheila, I got to tell you, you and I have had many conversations, and I think what has struck me most about you was that the one day when all of a sudden there we were, and you just, our CFO left, and you stepped right in and didn't miss a beat. And I looked at the county administrator and I said, wow, what a girl. What a girl. And you haven't stopped. I mean, you do it every single day. You have the best staff that I can ever imagine. You're all a great team. You've done a tremendous job for the citizens of Manatee. And I look forward. I kept asking the administrator, I said, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do it, do it. And of course, he wanted to wait for the new board, and I understood that, and I agreed. But you've truly been a blessing. And you stepped in and you did what needed to be done. And I think it's true. We hit you after your budget was already pretty much complete. Your staff's looking at me like, yes, we know. The budget was pretty much already complete, and we looked at you and said, we want to reduce the millage. And you said, excuse me? I said, we want to reduce the millage. We all remember that. And you just, bam, y'all took care of it. So everything we've asked of you, you've done. If I have questions, and I had a lot of questions on bonding, you were there. We've got the best finance department, I think, of any county in the 67 counties in the state of Florida. So thank you. I look forward to working with you still. I've been with you the whole 10 years I've been on this board. You've been at Manatee, and you're just very deserving of this title. Thank you.
And Sheila, I'm really looking forward to working with you. One of the things that I recognize is that when the time was for you to step up to the plate, you did that, and you did it at a high level. And so I appreciate that. I'm excited to work with you in the future. I'm excited for Manatee County's future.
All right. There are no other commissioners on the board. Thank you so much, Sheila. Look forward to continuing to work with you, ma'am. Okay, so
Did we do public comment? Yeah, we did.
We did.
We did.
on Sheila, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yep, that's okay. So it is 10:22. We take sort of a mandatory 10:30, 10-minute break. And I have a feeling we're going to go well beyond 8 minutes in public comment. So let's go ahead and take our 10-minute recess now. When we return, we'll do public comment on future agenda items, which is what most of you are here for. So we're going to take a 10-minute break now, and we will resume this meeting at 10:33. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're continuing through our regular meeting today. We've gotten some business taken care of, and now we're going to go back to item G in our agenda today, which is citizen comments on future agenda items. So this is a 30-minute period, and if we need additional time, what we'll do is we'll take this item up at the end of the meeting as well. So we're going to do this for 30 minutes. Each person will have 3 minutes when you come up to speak. So each person gets 3 minutes to come up and speak. And what you're speaking on is not something that's on today's agenda, but an item that is either going to appear on a future agenda or is certainly likely to appear, some sort of county business that's likely to appear on a future agenda that maybe you want to see on a future agenda. So that's the deal. When you get to the podium, state your first name, your last name, and your county of residence. I have 15 people, let me pull them up now, who have signed up to speak today. So we'll start with Robert McGarry, and then after Robert will be James Shepard, just so you have an idea here. And then we'll Glenn, you'll be after Mr. Shepard. So I just sort of give you an idea of who's next so you can ready yourselves. So Mr. McGarry, when you get to the podium, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
My name is Robert McGarry. I'm a Manatee County resident. I want to thank the board for this opportunity to address you regarding an issue that is of great concern to the people of 59th Street and Point West, where I live. As a first-generation American whose father came to Ellis Island in 1922, and family has fought for the United States military since World War II in Iwo Jima, and has been decorated highly, I expect my elected officials to do what is best in the interest of the citizens of this county. The proposed four-laning of 59th Street does the opposite of what's best in the interest of most West Bradenton citizens. This two-year unnecessary $31 million project will cause a driving nightmare and danger to area residents. The old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, applies here. As a 45-year resident of Manatee County, I am familiar with traffic flow in West Bradenton. If growth south and east of the 53rd Avenue roundabout needs access to West Bradenton, they have 75th Street, almost four-lane to Manatee Avenue. 34th and 26th Street, they either go through to Manatee Avenue or end at Cortez. 34th ends at Cortez, but drivers could go west to 43rd, 51st, or 59th to proceed north. Drivers could head east on Cortez to 26th and 41. Again, four-lane to 22nd Avenue is 26th Street. Local traffic doesn't demand or warrant, in my opinion, a four-laning of 59th Street. Along 59th Street, there are about 26 apartment complexes and subdivisions. I counted them this weekend, drove through them. That would be negatively impacted by four-laning 59th Street. Four-laning a two-lane road, if you look at the research on the computer, has mixed effects on neighborhoods. I believe the negatives strongly outweigh any positives in this case. Growth is good to a point, but quality of life for residents is at least equally as important. I bought in Point West last year after 44 years living in San Remo Shores after careful considerations. One of the main reasons was ease of driving. I could use 21st Avenue to 26th Street, 29th Avenue to 75th Street, and 17th Avenue either to 75th Street or Highway 41. These back roads will be clogged and congested with traffic trying to avoid the 59th Street construction. Please kill the project, four-laning of 59th Street. Do what's best for the people of our area. Our board, meaning Point West subdivision, strongly opposes this construction project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. James Shepard. Okay, so just to clear this up for folks who are new to the meetings, you're attending a meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's not really a show. You don't really participate unless you're at the podium addressing the board directly. You're observing our meeting. So, Mr. Shepard, You're next, so please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is James Shepard. I'm a resident of Manatee County. I'm relatively new here, only 6 years, but I do own a home right on 59th Street West, and we strongly disagree with the widening of the road. The traffic there is not a real issue, and we have sidewalks on both sides of the road. And with my knowledge of this area, it seems that it would be more beneficial for a road that goes all the way through to 53rd Avenue West as a connector from the east to the west, or the north to the south, excuse me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Glenn Gibellina, followed by Shannon Keever, followed by Randy Johnson.
Right, the Glenn Gibellina way. So I had, Glenn Gibellina, for the record, Manatee County, I had sent you this last night. I want to mention real quick the Korean Memorial. You know, my daughter and I went on an honor flight, and that memorial was breathtaking. And I think it's underserved compared to the Vietnam Memorial. My brother went to Vietnam, but the Korean Memorial, unbelievable. So glad to hear that guy here today. Just a shout out to your inspectors. Can't stay all day because I have to get ready for an inspection. But I will tell you, they are exemplary as well. I've worked in many counties that, you know, their mission is to fail you. These guys are there to help us. So thank you for that. Let's talk about some fun stuff. How about renewable energy? I think that a workshop roundtable should be in the best asset. I've been screaming about renewable energy for years. I think it's time we take a serious look at it. The prices are down. The incentives are up. Price of natural gas, which is a major of FP&L source of running their plants, are going up. I think it's time. I think we should have a roundtable on it and take a look at it. Churches. We need to reach out to our local churches that have available land to develop. It's done all over the country. You know, the Catholics, they got it. They know how to do it in Chicago, man. They put in apartments and everybody's there. Not in my backyard. That whole thing has got to go away. I believe there's a lot of resources. And I go to 26 different churches every year, and I talk to every one of them, either on a garden or food forest or housing, if they have the land. They cannot navigate it. I think if we had ambassadors like James and Jason to go out and say, look, we're here to help you. I'm from the government, we're here to help, but you really are, right? I think that might make a difference. So I think that is a lot of potential through our different churches here in Manatee County that have the land. They are confused how to do it. And I think there's a lot of positive, there are good companies. You know, Shaft, they're a nonprofit, affordable housing, very religious orientated, and I think we can move in that direction. Land trust, you know, we need to move forward. I think we need to take a pause on Lena Park. I think if we broke it into 4 different 40-acre parcels, we'd have a better opportunity to reach out to, you know, senior housing, workforce housing, market rate housing, and industrial. Surplus property, I'll talk about that on 35. I'm not sure, but I can stick around all day. But do we really know how many we have? I think we need to do, I'd like to get that list of buildable lots. You know, 35 is coming up today and 34. They've been on the books for a while, and I'll talk about that. So that's about it. I want to appreciate the new good-looking council up here and boots on the ground, except for Mike and I who had electric bikes.
Thank you, sir. Shannon Keever, followed by Randy Johnson, and then Kathy Geekus. Where's Kathy? I know you. Hi, Kathy. Ms. Keever, first, last name, county of residence.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Keever, and I live in Manatee County in Bradenton. I've been here almost 12 years now. I actually, on a side note, I agree with Mr. Gibellina about the renewable energy. I think that everything he said I second. I went to the Green Center of Technology, the Center for Green Technology in Chicago when I was in college, and it was fascinating what they were able to do just with the rooftop. And I think here, with the resources we have in Florida, we could do a lot more too. Anyways, that's not what I was originally here for, but I agree. Welcome, new board members, Commissioner Ron and Commissioner Bearden and Commissioner Ballard. I am here. I spoke on this another time before, but I would like to see, as a future agenda item, a definition and a discussion, a public discussion about the meaning of civility, ethics, and accountability. I've been very disappointed by many of you, not all of you, but many of you, on what your behavior has been on the dais and in the community and on social media. Congratulations on your settlement, Commissioner Baugh, on your ethics violation that made national news. I've seen a lot of name calling. I've seen a lot of personal attacks. And I don't think that any of that fits in with what you, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, stated when you took the chair position of civility, ethics, and accountability. I think it would be great for all of us to have a discussion and an agreement that this is what we will abide on in going forward. Commissioner Baugh, you said that that it is your job to serve the people, and I think that part of serving the people would be not attacking the people or each other. So I would like to see that going forward. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Happy holiday season.
Thank you. Randy Johnson, followed by Kathy, followed by Carrie Wilson.
My name's Randy Johnson. I live in Manatee County. I've been here for over 40 years. I've been in my house for over 23 on 59th Street. I'm here to oppose the 5 lanes, not 4, with a turn lane and a raised median. Unnecessary. I've seen all the traffic. I've seen the problems. The statistics you guys have given us as far as accident and traffic, everything's been dropping. There's no reason to waste this money. You're affecting many lives, many families, many everything by doing this. I haven't been contacted by anybody here except lawyers wanting to represent me against this. And that's it. I've raised a family there. Everybody's been to Manatee High School. My daughter lives 2 streets away. I've brought all my family around me, and it just, it doesn't seem right, what's going on right here. It's a big waste of money, and it's taxpayer money. No one's been represented, on our behalf on this. There should be meetings involved. Residents should be involved because everybody is heavily impacted. All of our families pulling in and out of driveways, everything. There's other people that's with us that have a lot more statistics and everything. I just wanted to give you a little bit on my personal opinion on it, and I'm definitely opposed on it. There's no reason for it. Traffic is not that bad. You want to see it, come by, we'll sit on my picnic table and watch it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Kathy is next, followed by Carrie Wilson, and then Lori Kiefer. So, ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Kathy Geekas, resident of Manatee. I recently found out a couple of days ago about this project, and I was baffled. My first thought was, what century are we in? 21st or 55th or 5th century BC? I mean, I don't understand why we were not informed. And my first question to you guys is, what law entitles you to do these public projects without notifying the residents, especially in that area? There's no letter, there's no notification. So would you like to inform us as to why you did that first?
So, ma'am, this is your opportunity to speak, but there's no back and forth with the board. When
really?
when
Oh.
public comment is over, board members will
Okay.
address
then
questions
then-
that were
Then
asked.
I'll continue.
Yeah.
Then I looked at the report. It's a biased report, incomplete, filled with details to intimidate the citizen, thinking they've done an excellent report. When you do these reports, you do an analysis of all the streets. It has to take that, not just dumping the 75th traffic into 59th and encompassing it with all these details. To me, it makes no sense. 31 million, really? Which will, by the end, become 61 millions. Because you know, and I know, how the contractors do business. Basically, they eliminate the extras and they pile it up. So you're going to spend all that $61 million to do what? Accomplish what? If you have a traffic flow, the other solution would be do another road on top of 71st Street to eliminate the traffic from the island and so on and so forth. So to me, it makes no sense, and it needs to have a further discussion with the board and us citizens. And you want to do a further analysis, do a further analysis of all the area and direct the traffic to other streets also, not just intended to 59th Street. Those roads are existing, and it should remain so. And I would like to get an answer on my question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lori Kiefer? Oh, I'm sorry, Carrie Wilson. I apologize. Did I skip Carrie Wilson? So Wilson, Kiefer, and then Feltz.
I'm Carrie Wilson, and I live in Manatee County. From a personal standpoint, can you imagine your shock if you suddenly learned that your home or part of your property would be taken and that you could not stop it? In early October, I learned from a lawyer soliciting his services that part of my property would be taken to make room for a road widening project. I did not contact the lawyer, but had I not received his letter, it's possible I might still not know. Once aware, I texted my next-door neighbor. She had the same letter. We did some research and then quickly wrote a letter to distribute to the residents and businesses along 59th Street West. Some had heard about it from lawyers. For some, we were the first to bring the news. The process was heartrending. One woman cried when we told her, but people were grateful to receive the information. My husband and I are still trying to learn how much property could be taken from us. Presently, it seems that we may become unable to park outside of our garage. Parking spaces might be created in our front yard to make up for that. A good portion of our front yard might be disappearing either way. Even if no land is taken, if the project proceeds, there will be a 4-lane road very close to our house. The house and property will be devalued to the point that we will be unable to sell it and find anything comparable to what we have now anywhere near where we currently live. We don't want to move. We very carefully chose our home for several reasons. Another item of particular concern expressed by many, following exclamations that we just don't have that much traffic, is the roundabout to be constructed at 17th Avenue, along with the medians that will require U-turns. The emergency vehicles that travel up and down our street would have to navigate the obstacles. In some instances, a slowdown could mean the difference between life and death. As for improvements, beautification projects, adding a multimodal lane if the street is not widened, continuing to improve GT Bray Park, fixing streetlights, and other such helps that would not interfere with our homes and businesses all seem like good ideas. Finally, I have a question I would like for each of you to contemplate. Is it important to you to serve those who live and work here now and who have voted for you? I hope that the voices of those in your districts will be heard and that our needs and our wishes will be carefully considered. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lori Kiefer, Carol Feltz, and Craig Fisher.
Good morning. My name is Lori Kiefer, and I'm a resident of Manatee County, living immediately off of 59th Street. I'm here this morning in opposition to the capital improvement project to widen 59th Street West into a 4-lane road between Manatee Avenue and Cortez Road. After reading the very, very long study a number of times, I compiled a 4-page letter to fellow residents around 59th Street, citing information in the study, because this is a $31 million project that no one knew about, showing them where to find the study and encouraging them to read it and its plans. Requiring a study before proceeding on widening 59th Street provided extremely valuable information. Here are just 4 examples from the study. The crash study of the report found that 59th Street actually became safer in 2020 than it was in 2016. The study points out that the northern segment of 59th Street, which is north of the 21st Avenue intersection at Blake Hospital, currently operates above the county's adopted level of service. In this capital improvement plan, the description and scope states, due to right-of-way constraints, the improvement will not meet the county's standard typical 4-lane section, and a widening of 59th Street will not improve the intersection of 59th and Manatee. We have a community here within and surrounding the 59th Street corridor that has an impeccable understanding of how it works now, and opposition to this capital improvement project is growing every day. Infrastructure is certainly important, but sometimes retrofitting infrastructure simply doesn't work out well. The growth of West Bradenton around the 59th Street corridor has no similarities to the growth of Manatee County as a whole, especially East County. Those who understand 59th Street corridor feel strongly that this road will not be directly or heavily impacted by the area south of Cortez that is being developed. 59th Street is simply not a connector for it. There are 4 others, 75th Street, 51st Street, 43rd Street, and 26th Street. I wonder if after finding the results of the project study and digesting the reasons for resident and neighbor opposition, our elected county commissioners will come to realize that widening 59th Street will create many more negative results than positive ones, and consider canceling the widening of this road. If resurfacing is still a consideration, then this seems like a perfect time to add better sidewalks, multi-use paths, and upgraded lighting. Those were goals of this project originally and could still be included without adding 2 more lanes. Perhaps our money can be better spent by making those safety, beautification, and multimodal improvements to 59th without widening it to 4 lanes. No one wants to see 59th Street become another Manatee Avenue, and maybe you can represent us best by acting on this opposition to the widening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Carol Feltz, followed by Craig Fisher and Kevin Lausman.
Thank you. Carol Feltz, Mayaca City, Manatee County. Thought this was going to be my first time up here, but good morning and welcome to our new commissioners. And a special thank you to our public. 15 people signed up to speak here for 3 minutes today. I think that gives them some credit, and I also want to give some credit and attention to our new methodologies in signing up to speak.
Ma'am, are you speaking on a future agenda item?
I am speaking on future agenda. Are we going to start this, Kevin?
That's up to you.
I'm not.
Okay.
I shall continue.
It's not open mic night. If you have a specific future agenda item you'd like to speak on.
Your new sign-up procedure, except that we had a little problem with it. We had some glitches with that. But the fact of that is that we have people here speaking, and we've come up with a lot of new innovations that we don't really seem to be getting the information out. So I've been up here before on future agenda items, so what I'd like to do is remind the commission of things that I brought up last year. Number one is we don't have a way of keeping track of what we're bringing up here on future agenda items, and maybe setting aside a time during the commission meeting where we could address those items that the citizens have brought up to be on a future agenda. This one is obviously one that's coming up, but in general. So we'd like to make some effort to publicize the meeting agendas maybe a little bit more than a week in advance. I understand that's difficult. I've talked to Dr. Hopes about that, but we don't mind if you have to change it. But it would just give the public a little bit more opportunity to be involved and informed with what's going on the agenda, with the understanding, of course, that things do change that have to be addressed. We also asked last year for the consideration of developing the Rural Citizens and Lands Citizens Advisory Committee. I think that our recent episodes out east with the hurricane response necessitates a need for that. With our area out there representing the largest undeveloped landmass in Manatee County, we've experienced many of the same things that now we are seeing residents in other areas dealing with a lack of familiarity with the system. So we've asked for not only a committee to be formed on dealing with rural lands and citizens, but also work sessions where we learn how things happen. Because we all know a CIP did not just start yesterday, but these people didn't know, and that's what they're telling you, they didn't know. We started this a few years ago. What did I say? We needed bigger signs because we don't know. But I think we're doing something right because we're getting people out here that are getting involved and asking questions, and they want to know how all of this works. So we've done a halfway decent job at getting people here to participate because showing up is half the job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And I'm not trying to be argumentative, Carol. You know I like you and I respect you, but all these folks came to speak on something important and drove down here, so I just don't want to waste any time. Craig Fisher, Kevin Lausman, and Matthew Musselman. Sir.
Good morning. My name is Craig Fisher. I live in Manatee County. Good morning, County Commissioners. I ask you today, this new board, to adopt a code of ethics and working standards. Something that is clear, something that we can read, something that we understand. Maybe if you guys are brave, we can have some citizen input as well. I say this only because already on this board we have 3 county commissioners and a county administrator acting a fool. Yet nothing has been done about their roles. Nothing has been done about what they've done or even addressed it. Nobody's apologized for anything. So, transparency is going to be your only friend this next few years for even the new board members. We have some smart citizens out here. They will start to dig into your emails, to your phone calls, to your text messages, find out what your internal dealings are with developers and how you operate. They will make it very, very public for you. I need you to remember that you guys are the very, very inexperienced board that Manatee County has ever had. You guys are all new to the board, except for Vanessa Ball here. You guys are probably the most ultra mega board we've ever seen too.
Sir, you need to speak on a future agenda item,
I am.
sir.
It is the code of ethics.
Political opinion. I need future agenda items.
I'm giving you my code of ethics, so if you let me finish. So, where's your representation of us? Show us those ethics. So where's the representation of the Black and Hispanic community? Do you guys represent all of us? Do you represent the moderates? Do you represent the left? So your ethics are going to be on the board. I am not going to listen to Vanessa Ball say there's a fake news out there. Those people speak for people, unfortunately. So let's do this. Let's adopt a code of ethics. You can look nasty at me, that's fine. You need to adopt a code of ethics, a code of standards. Let's build this board together. Let's work together. I am not going to listen and not going to stand by as you guys use derogatory statements toward your citizens. We're not going to listen to the news articles, your fake news articles about witch hunts and anything else. We're going to have a clean board. You guys can smirk all you want, but we have sticky fingers, we have ethic violations, we have DUIs. We are all going to work together and make this board a better place. Congratulations on your roles. Let's make this ethics something that we can be proud of.
Kevin Lausman, Matthew Musselman, I hope I'm pronouncing your names correctly, and then Jenny Daughtry.
Good morning, Kevin Lossman, lifelong resident of Manatee County. Good morning, commissioners, and welcome new commissioners. Tomorrow, I get to go make a donation to the county, and I have rental property. So people ask, why isn't there affordable housing? Payments are up over 18% from last year. So the question I have is, I've lived on west side of town. 65 years on 59th Street, so I'm probably older than all of you together. So I've driven it. I've ridden a bicycle down to Coker's Market because that was the nearest place to get a soda back in the 60s. I'm questioning why you want to spend millions of dollars to widen a road that doesn't need to be fixed. My present house I've been in 32 years. It works fine. I drive up and down 59th 4 or 5 times a day. One of the previous commissioners said the best speeds are 35 mile an hour. Don't understand why we need this. I was a volunteer EMT fireman. I've driven ambulances down 59th. I'd rather see you spend the money on something else, whether it's 51st, 43rd, if you need a connecting road. The last thing I would say, you probably need something down the north side of 59th. You have a school down there with no sidewalks. You know, I don't know why you don't look towards that first as a safety issue more than anything else. From Manatee Avenue down to Riverview ought to have sidewalks for those kids. And I noticed in Public Works, the statement says the northern part of 59th from Blake Hospital down to Manatee is working above service level now. So again, as other people say, if it's not broke, you know, don't mess with it. Please take this money and spend it on worthwhile projects. And don't put a road into nowhere like some people have bridges to nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Matthew? So please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Matthew Musselman, Manatee County. Good morning. Thanks for hearing my comments. I came before the board a year ago to discuss a fence that was built by Taylor Morrison and the Heights, and between them and the Silver Lake subdivision. And that with the berm that they built and then the fence that they put on top of it, it towers almost 10 feet above our properties in Silver Lake. Quick update, we do have a magistrate meeting in January for the no permit violation, but as of our last magistrate meeting, there was a call for a violation of the county code that was with an exemption from the county. You can go up to an 8-foot berm and fence combined, but to our knowledge, no action has been taken on this. In the meantime, pull another picture here. In the meantime, Hurricane Ian blew down a lot of this fence, to which Taylor Morrison just spent money to put it back up instead of working on a new solution. Silver Lake residents are very concerned that had Ian come further north, this PVC fence would have come apart and been the equivalent of missiles hitting our homes or causing blockage in the canal, which serves as drainage for multiple neighborhoods. They also planted trees on our side of the fence, which only adds to more canal debris, and the canal itself is maintained by neighborhood associations to prevent future flooding. Taylor Morrison does not contribute to this. This fence has such a long span that this type makes it prone to being blown over, and it has no horizontal supports. And ironically, residents of Taylor Morrison, the Heights, cannot use this type of fence. Taylor Morrison does very little maintenance on the Silver Lake side, and because they built such a steep grade, their mowers get stuck, so they can only occasionally weed whack our side, you know, after the grass is about 1 foot tall. The county's been waiting for Taylor Morrison to provide an as-built survey since January of '22, and to our knowledge, they have not been responding to any county requests. We were told then by Courtney DePaul that in a discussion with John Willard at Taylor Morrison, that if over 8 foot, they'd bring it into compliance. We've tried our best to work with Taylor Morrison ourselves, and the only response we've ever gotten is the fence is going nowhere. There's plenty of solutions, including just taking the fence down, and since they already have a 4-foot berm and landscaping that have grown well above that, but Taylor Morrison just has no interest in working towards a solution. I know the county has much bigger issues, but please help us resolve this. We're worried about debris from this fence and landscaping that can enter the waterway and cause flooding, and the fence blocks sunlight, and the view from Silver Lake Homes is, to say the least, unsightly. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. So, Commissioners, we are just over our time, our 30-minute time limit. We have two people left who had signed up to speak.
Let 'em
So unless there's no objection, I'm going to go ahead and complete the people who signed up to speak, which is Jenny Daughtry and Tricia Kirkland. And then we'll close we'll close public comment after those folks have spoken. Ms. Daughtry?
Hi, my name is Jenny Darty, and
Darty, I'm sorry.
you went to high school with my husband.
Matt?
Matt, yep.
I played football,
I'm
and I
a
know Matt well.
third-generation native of this county. My husband is eighth generation. And we live on 59th Street, where we're raising our 3 kids. And this past fall, we decided to put in a pool. Very expensive venture in our house, but it's going to raise the values, right? Well, then comes spring, and all of a sudden I get all of these letters from attorneys. And you people that I voted for didn't have the decency to tell me that you're ruining my property value. Would have never put in a pool had I known that my property value would plummet. So I'm here today to tell you I am opposed to this expansion. I'm told that the road received an F rating for traffic. The only way I can see this as possible, if it's a grading scale out of 26 letters, I don't think anyone here would say 59th Street is one of the worst traffic roads in Manatee County. I think we would probably say it's one of the better, actually. Compare 59th Street to traffic on Manatee Avenue, Cortez Road, 14th Street, 26th Street, 30th Avenue. It fares much superior to any of these roads. If 59th Street is an F, these roads must be rated W, R, X, Z, and L. Don't get me started on the impossibility of getting downtown at any time after 4 o'clock. Want to head east or go over the bridge to Palmetto? Not happening. The expansion is so frivolous compared to fixing any of the congestion problems on these other roads. Beyond the lack of traffic congestion, what about accidents? I've racked my brain and cannot recall ever seeing an accident on 59th Street. According to your own study, safety has improved since 2016. Take a look at 75th and Manatee Avenue. I feel like half the time I drive through that intersection, there's an accident, and not just minor ones. I'm talking major ones where the cars are totaled. So then obviously that would make 75th Street given a failing rating too. I don't see pouring us money into that area either. We all know Manatee County waits until the traffic is horrific before dealing with it, hence the downtown traffic and bridges once again. Finally, the county does not have the money for this expenditure. We are taking on millions of debt to fix a road that is not broken. The borrower is slave to the lender. Financially, we don't have this money, and we do not need to be spending it. Don't throw this burden on taxpayers for something they do not want or need. I understand you already spent $2 million on this study. Leave it at that. Walk away now before we get further behind. So again, my question stands, why are we fixing 59th Street? 59th Street is not broke. We do not have the money. We do not need this fix.
Thank you, ma'am. Tricia Kirkland? I signed up. What is your name? I do not have you as signed up, ma'am.
I've never used that electronic thing.
Ms. Kirkland?
Yes, good morning.
First and last name, county of residence, 3 minutes.
Kirkland, Manatee. I'm a resident of 9th Avenue Drive West, which is right off of 59th Street. When my husband and I decided to move here to Bradenton, it was after frequently visiting the city with friends that had moved here about 29 years ago. We loved the area. We loved the neighborhood feel of West Bradenton, loved the schools. It was important to us, more so the area that we moved to than the house, and that's why we chose where we chose. 59th Street is perfect for just that. My daughter can ride her bike safely from my house to GT Bray, to school, to our friends that live in Point West, as it is right now. I'm beyond concerned when I think about the U-turns that will be made by traffic to avoid the mediums that are in your proposed plan. I'm also very concerned about a roundabout. I'll no longer let her ride her bike and have to go through a roundabout with ambulance. I'm also concerned with all I've always thought was a positive, having the hospital and all the many doctor's offices in this area. That also brings, especially this time of the year when we have a lot of our snowbird neighbors here that are unfamiliar with where these doctor's offices are. That's really the only dangerous traffic situations that I see. And now you're going to throw in these mediums and a roundabout. I'm also here as a concerned neighbor for my fellow neighbors who are going to potentially lose their property or part of their property. 59th Street isn't broke. I've never had issue turning out of my street north or south. From what I understand in looking at your proposal and the mediums, I'm no longer going to have an option to go south. I'll have to go north because at some point 59th Avenue Drive West was created a dead-end street. I'm only going to have one way out. Traffic's going to be a nightmare. It's not going to be safe anymore for my daughter to get about the neighborhood. I strongly suggest that you look further into this and you follow your oath as doing your job more for us and the community. We don't want it. We don't need it. It's not broke. If you're going to fix something, there's sidewalks there that could be fixed. It could be better lit, improve GT Bray Park, many other things you could put your money into besides widening of 59th Street. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Khan, I'll let you come up, and then we're done with public comment until the end of the meeting, okay? I knew that was going to happen. Yep. Go ahead, ma'am. First and last name?
Cynthia Khan, taxpayer, property owner in Manatee County for 15 years, now in Sarasota. 1.5 years ago, I spent 6 months of my life here, 12 commission meetings exposing the deep, dark secrets of selling puppies in retail stores. We asked you to prohibit these sales, and you did. Commissioner Cruz, you are one of our heroes. Using my 36 minutes and government documentation, you learned these stores are nothing more than puppy mill outlets. You learned of the lies and consumer fraud involved. I brought CVIs, which are certificates of veterinary inspection. These are state documents issued for every commercial animal transported over state lines. CVIs displays origin and destination for each puppy. Using customer contracts, I sourced actual puppies sold from the very puppy mill or dog factory farm where they were born, with the accompanying USDA inspections of those facilities, including their violations with accompanying horrific USDA photographs. I handed you copies of different lawsuits against both Petlands doing business in Manatee County. Petland's only response was a slick marketing binder with pretty pictures, and as usual, a lawsuit. The commissioners did the right thing and voted to stop these sales with our new animal ordinance. This humane ordinance is supported by a vast number of citizens, and quoting Commissioner Bellamy, passing it was the right thing to do. Every county surrounding Manatee has passed this ordinance, and without it, considering all of the new development, Manatee would have become the puppy mill outlet capital of Southwest Florida, a disgrace. This commission, without interference, needs to allow the courts to decide the future of this ordinance. We now have 3 new commissioners. They have not seen or heard any of this documentation or facts leading to the vote. But Commissioners Ron and Bearden have taken money from Petland. It is my hope that all of the newspaper reporters and TV reporters here or listening watch these new commissioners. Was there a quid pro quo? Voters want to know, can you buy a commissioner in Manatee County, Florida? Thank you.
Go ahead. Please have something new to add. First and last.
I tried to sign
That's okay. Just step up to the podium. Just go ahead.
My name is Larry Grossman. I live in Manatee County, specifically Bradenton. I tried to sign up, but because of a technical glitch.
Just go ahead. You got your 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I've attended many commission meetings, council, and all the jurisdictions in this area. And there were times when you changed the order of things, but I think what you guys did was improper, discourteous, if not disdainful to the citizens. You kept us waiting an hour needlessly. You could have had us for 30 minutes, say what we had to say and leave.
instead of having to listen to all of this stuff, which is your business, not necessarily our business. But it's interesting that apparently the time of the deputy county administrator was more precious than our time, even though we pay his salary.
Is this an agenda
Yes,
item, sir?
let me just speak. You shouldn't be interrupting me.
Well, you should stick to our decorum, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get to it now. I don't live on 59th Street, but I use it because I go to G.T. Bray, doctor's offices. So I've been on 59th Street a lot. And I started seeing these signs, Save Our Homes, and curious what the problem was, and I contacted Lori. I have a background in planning, and I was amazed that the citizens were not involved in this process. You already got it in the CIP, and I guess you're ready to make a decision. They've been notified about potential takings. I mean, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. The road needs improvement, but it does, I'd say 4-laning 59th Street, what for? Can't figure that one out. And I walked the entire length of it. In any case, I would hope, and that's up to the citizens, that you would defer any kind of action on this, go back and go through a planning process, which, I got a whole minute, which is what they do on Longboat Key with Gulf of Mexico Drive. I've been part of that process. They're redesigning Gulf of Mexico Drive, but the first thing they did was have work sessions and ask input from the citizens, which they received, and they're going through a process with FDOT. Kimley Horn is the same consultant, and it's coming with a much better product. So I'm sure people have many suggestions for improving the street, one of which would not be to make it 4 lanes, take away a lot of green space, and on the west side, they've left, you have a sidewalk and then the street. They've taken out the green entirely. But I've gone through this with many, many deficiencies and absurdities, I would have to say, in the design. I'm really surprised at this, but I'm not surprised because there's been no input by the citizens. So I would say that you need to stop the project, and if you want to do improvements, contact the people who are most affected.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to close public comment at this time. And since obviously I'm the district commissioner for 59th Street, it runs through the heart of my district, and I live right off of 59th Street. Several of you are my neighbors. I'm going to go ahead and speak on this now. First of all, I hate that you learned of this from lawyers. And Dr. Hopes and I have recently had discussions on it, as have I with our public information officer and Public Works, that we need to come up with a system to get out in front of that. Essentially, everything that a traffic engineer does in this county, anything that anyone does, is public record. So if they draw up, say Scott Madraws, he's one of our head traffic engineers, say he or Clark draw up 10 drafts of 59th Street, they become public record. And someone makes a public records request of that, which is what eminent domain attorneys do, and then they take the absolute worst case scenarios for residents who live along the road that would be impacted, and they mail them and tell them this is what the county is going to do to your house. And that's simply not true. It's just one of many drafts that were drawn up. For instance, there will be no roundabout. There are lots of ideas that get thrown out. At one point in time, they were telling people that there were going to be 7 homes were going to be taken. That's not true. There aren't going to be any homes taken. We're still working our way through the planning process, and Dr. Hopes, what I told you was that I think that some sort of a letter of notification needs to be sent out ahead of attorneys sending things out, blasting things out to residents to let them know, hey, you live on for instance, 59th Street, you live on a road that has been planned for however many years as a future 4-lane thoroughfare, and that the majority of the right-of-way already exists. Just make sure that people are aware, right? Because a lot of people didn't know. So something along those lines to at least let people, make them aware of where they live and what in front of their property is owned by them, and, you know, everybody buys a house, I'm a realtor, but you buy a house, you glance at the survey, yeah, sure, okay. You don't really think about whether or not 15 feet of that grass out in front of your house is your grass or not, and it's different for everybody here, so I'm not implying that 15 feet of your specific house is or isn't, but there are some examples of that. So, at any rate, we are not to the point of having, I don't want to have, it would be inappropriate to have a meeting without adequate plans and designs to show the residents, right? So we are going to have meetings in January at GT Bray. Once we have some hard designs that we can show folks, and all of you will, we'll make sure that you're invited and you know about it and you come down. We'll bring traffic engineers who, because, we look at it and we say, well, I don't think it needs to be 4-laned. But we have actual, I guess my time is up. So we have actual traffic engineers whose job it is to determine these things and to grade out these roads. And you're right, there is a stretch of 59th Street that didn't grade out as failing. The rest of it did. But that section graded out as a D. So there's that. There's a lot of things to look at. If one of the questions I get, there's a little bit of NIMBYism. I mean, let's be honest with each other. So, do 51st or 43rd instead because they connect through, and I understand that rationale. However, those roads are entirely residential with no commercial that would be impacted at all. Also on 59th Street, the county already owns a large swath of right-of-way, so very little right-of-way acquisition in the end is needed. And I know you've been sent these letters and you're like, you're going to take whole houses. Well, we're not. They're just, they're taking incomplete information or inaccurate information and blasting it out to you. And I'm very sorry that they're doing that. I have another meeting next week with transportation with our Public Works Department to discuss the plans for 59th Street to sort of finalize. We're tweaking things. Stormwater retention, for instance, we know is going to be done at GT Bray. It's not going to be, if this goes through even, it's not going to be done where we're buying up houses. There's a lot of the roundabout's not going to exist. There's a lot of changes that have already, been made where basically we respect one another's districts. And so this being in my district, one of the big projects in my district, I'm the one who sits down with Public Works the most on this. And we want to eliminate the impact on people's houses as much as possible. So I've thrown out a lot of things already, like the roundabout, for instance. Roundabouts improve safety. However, there'd be a huge amount of land acquisition to do that because it would be a 4-lane road, so it didn't make sense. So out goes the roundabout. Don't want to impact your houses, as much as I have to, least amount as possible. So anything that involved a taking of a house or too much acquisition, how can we narrow the road down? How can we narrow? So we've gone through this pretty extensively, and we're still not done to the point where I feel comfortable presenting plans to you that I feel are pretty hard and pretty complete. It has to come before this board multiple times to be voted on. It's already been voted on once or twice, and it has to come back at least 2 more times to be voted on by the board. So I just want you to know that we are doing our due diligence. This is an educated decision, and we are being careful and thinking through this, and it's not final. There's that too. We haven't had public meetings yet, and we are going to. So it is not a final decision. I would throw out that in 2020, you were talking about flawed studies. In 2020, there was a pandemic, and traffic in the entire county, the entire country, was dramatically safer because so fewer people were on the road in 2020 than they were in 2016. So that's something to take into consideration. Let's see if anything else I've missed here. Why would we do it? Well, obviously, there's flow, but then safety is the other reason. I think I've pretty much covered. A lot of this is just unknown. That was the other main thing I wanted to touch on, is that we haven't reached out to people yet because a lot of this is unknown, but we are going to come up with a system to let folks know who live on a road that may be impacted much further in advance. So that certainly will happen, and I'm sorry that you were notified in this way. The order of the board is Cruz, Clegg, and Hopes. Commissioner Cruz.
Thanks. I won't speak as much. You got to click to talk over here.
Brief IT lesson for the new commissioner. Hold on.
Planning commission before this, didn't you?
Yeah, we didn't use all this technology. We were like, hey.
Anyway, I won't speak as much to the specific project here. I mean, the 59th is 60% at design now. And, we had a lot of people
two Marines trying to figure this out. Could we get some professionals?
Yeah.
We're used to crayons.
This is going well. All right, yeah, I won't speak directly to the project per se, because as the chair said, it's still in works, but I will point out two things here, which are broad things, not specific to 59th, because we are having that discussion next week, and we're going to be having it in January and so forth. One is multiple people came up here and specifically used the phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, I could talk to a lot of people out on Lorraine right now, and on Upper Manatee River right now, and on Erie right now, who a few years ago, it wasn't broke. But now it is. Everyone talks to us about getting ahead of infrastructure, getting ahead before it becomes a problem. And you have a board who just bonded over $200 million to work on infrastructure, to get ahead of infrastructure so that the current residents can have a quality of life and lessen traffic. Look, I'm the last person up here to push for widening roads. I'm all about complete streets and multimodal transportation, and that's what I do. I never come out here and propose more lanes, because it rarely solves a problem. It just puts more cars on a wider road and keeps the traffic the same. That I stand by that. But at the end of the day, this is not the first time you've heard about it, because we are trying to get ahead of it. And I'm sorry if it is. I think that may be a product of we have people like trying to avoid conversation. Like, this was voted on a year ago. We had a extensive meeting. We had a work session. All the commissioners from the previous board got a whole list of all the big infrastructure projects we could work on. This was one of probably 30 of them. And we all ranked them. And then we had a whole work session and talked about all those rankings. And they ranked them out. And this was early spring maybe when those rankings came back. And we created a big six. And it was Upper Manatee and Lorraine and Lena and so forth. And this was one of those big six way back in the spring. And then we had multiple CIP meetings and part of our budget discussions back in May and June and so forth, and then again in August and September. And this was brought up multiple times, talking about how we're going to do it. And then we signed the bonds, and this was brought up. This has been brought up numerous times. We've had discussions about this to a point where we're at 60% design. And believe me, design takes a long time. So it's not like we did 60% design last month. So this has been on the record. We have a whole website, and back in September, we had a whole presentation about how to use a website that shows you exactly what the current designs are and the surveys are, and you can look at all the timelines. And this project is one of the big six on a website that was presented. You seem to have a situation where a lot of this information doesn't come out. I mean, the first time I saw an article about 59th was on a newspaper online this past weekend. I went and searched that site. That's the first time they've ever mentioned the Big Six. And it was an op-ed. Like, at no point in time was that news seemingly relevant to a lot of the media until it became relevant because it became contentious. Like, this is information that should have been...
And the reporter lived on 59th Street.
Oh, really?
Literally lives on 59th Street.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. So I mean, we're trying to get this information out. People are saying transparency. People are saying we're trying to hide things. We're not trying to hide anything. We've had multiple meetings on the Big Six as a whole. And we have people who live on Upper Manatee, and they're going to have portions of their property taken. That's how right-of-ways work. We have people on Lorraine and on Lena, and eventually on Erie and Canal and so forth. That's just how you have to widen roads. That's unfortunate but necessary, because we have to look at the benefits for the community as a whole. And sometimes it's just right-of-way acquisitions that are uncomfortable but necessary. So I'm not going to speak specific to this because, again, the design isn't done yet. I get why 59th was voted on, not by me, not by the chairman, but by a collective board as one of the primary, because we're building out east-west with 64 and now 44th finally getting complete. So we don't have a lot of north-south. Unless you're going on 75. That's why Lena Road was one of the big six. It seems minor to a lot of people, but it creates a full north-south from 70 to 64. This has Blake Medical on it. This has GT Bray on it. It may not be a problem today, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be a problem in 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. And people, if we don't widen it now, we're going to look and say, why didn't you fix this when it wasn't a problem? So, that's just all of the projects that we're working on. There's going to be an uncomfortable period where there's a window of time with this construction. I've had it all over my house. I live down 64 east of 75, and there's been cones out there for the 15 years I lived in that house because they're always widening something out there. But, you know, let the process work. We had engineers, we had consultants, we had experts figuring out what the most important things are for the benefit of transportation in Manatee County. This was voted on by the board. This has been disseminated to everybody. We can't force it upon everybody to see the information we're disseminating, but it has been disseminated. So, you know, I get what you're saying. I appreciate you may not have had this information. It's unfortunate, but, you know, I take exception to the fact that this is somehow a last minute, throw it into an agenda without anyone knowing it, lack of transparency. That is certainly not the case on any of these projects. You can go on that website right now and see more detail than probably any other county in the state of Florida provides to people about the infrastructure being worked on in this county.
Thank you, sir. And I would just add, because people made some very valid points about Manatee Avenue, you know, accessibility of the bridges over the river. Those are FDOT roads, but it doesn't mean that we aren't screaming to FDOT for help. They seem unwilling at this time to move forward with expansion of Cortez or Manatee Avenue, unfortunately. But we are, from this level, working on trying to make intersection improvements to some of those roads. You see work is being done at 43rd and Cortez now by Outback and Applebee's there. And then the other end of 43rd is next by Miller Elementary. So we are working towards some of these intersections. Cortez and 26 is on the list, 75th and Manatee Ave. So we are working towards these intersections as well. I just don't want you to think this is like the only project going, not by any means. It's a very wide scope, and we're trying to work with the state now to get the DeSoto Bridge replaced and work on some enhancements to the capacity there. Clegg, Hopes, Ron, and Baugh.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I won't say much, but I do want to just point out the board has yet to authorize right-of-way acquisition on this project. That is a decision that comes later as you get further down into the details of the design. When it is authorized, letters have to go out to the individual affected property owners that show the actual takes. That's required by statute, and we will go through that process, assuming we get to that point in the design in the near future. Unfortunately, there are people in my profession that aggressively try to line up work ahead of road projects. This is not my first experience with this, I can assure you. But until they actually see from us, here's the right-of-way that we need, it's just speculation. But I can understand why it can be upsetting to people, because it looks like it's going to affect their property. But until you get a letter from us saying this is what we need, you really can't say what it's going to be. So I hope that helps everyone.
Dr. Hopes.
Yes, and I won't get into the legal aspects because spending 35 years in the healthcare industry, I try to remain positive about attorneys that send out mailers. I'm talking, you know, so, but what I will tell you is that the board got a presentation about a month ago on a very innovative, very detailed part of our website. If you go to the Capital Improvement Plan section under Government, and you visit our new CIP Hub Beta, you can drill down into the latest design, where we are in the design, look at your own home, and see exactly where the latest version of the design has property that will be needed for that latest version, and it's in real time. So if you can contact the Public Works Department with questions, but what I'm saying is, should you get something in the mail from anyone other than Manatee County government, you can verify what they're sending if you go to the county's website and you can see your property line and whether or not your property line may be impacted by the latest design the county has published. And that's all I wanted to add, and Commissioner Cruz said it more eloquently than I did, but go to our website, contact 311 if you have any questions, and we will get you the information, and we are working on our outreach, and the new Deputy County Administrator that was confirmed today is going to be overseeing our outreach.
Thank you. And ma'am, it's just, we're conducting our meeting. It's not a town hall forum. We will have one of those, of course, at GT Bray, but there's not going to be Q&A section. There was public comment, and then we address the comments of the public now. Ron, Baugh, and Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize earlier. I was on another agenda item, so I clicked the wrong button. This is new to me. On the Planning Commission, we say, Mr. Chair. First off, I'd like to thank all the citizens for coming out today. Your input is vitally important to who we are and what we do as county commissioners, and we do appreciate that. I agree with Commissioner Cruz's comments on what we have to do for transportation, roads, those type of things. But what we struggle with, and I have a similar project as this going on in my district too, what we struggle with is letting the public know. As a planning commissioner for almost 6 years, we didn't do a great job at doing it at that point either, at that time, and I know we're working on it. But what I'd like to ask our county administrator is to make sure that we can get ahead of these projects. If this was a big six, we could let the citizens know, hey, this is a big six project, this is going to be coming down, and here's where you can go to find it. We do have a great website. I've got all my citizens looking at that website every day on the project that's affecting us. But what I would like to challenge us to do is just do a better job of notifying the citizens of something that's upcoming so that we don't have this basically today and make them just aware of what we can do for them as commissioners and as the county. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things to add to this conversation that I've heard. Number one, your county commissioner represents you. We have districts, obviously, and our chair represents you in your area. So always, your county commissioner is an avenue for you to use for any information that you might need. Another point I just want to make, because I haven't heard this mentioned, and it's very, very important. We need better evacuation routes. And I say that because that is a huge problem on our roads today. Most of the time when you've got a storm coming, we've seen it twice this year already, it's coming into coming up the Gulf, 9 times out of 10. So our lower southern counties evacuate before we do. So by the time it's ready, in Manatee County, we need to evacuate. The storm is still coming. Our roads are already congested. So a lot of times when we're talking about these roads, that is one of the issues that's taken into consideration is evacuation. So there's a lot to go into planning roads. But the point is that I want to make is that we're not your enemy. We represent you. You have voted for your representative, which in this case, I guess is our chairman. And he works very hard. I know he does because I hear it all the time. He works very hard for his constituents. And we all do. And, we're always an outlet for you to contact. And you don't have to just contact him. You can contact any of the 7. Because obviously, even though we all represent, except for 2, at large, the rest of us represent districts, but we still vote on everything that takes place in the county. So you're not alone out there. As you heard, it's nothing that's really set in stone. I'm glad we got it cleared up about any homes or properties that we're trying to take. We're not even at that point. So I'm hoping that you might feel a little better than you did when you first came in, but we are on your side. We're going to do everything we can to try and help you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
I'll defer.
Okay. So you're the last one on the board. So yeah, I would just leave you all as the final comment to just say that I live off of 59th Street. 2 of my HOA board members are here. Kathy's, sister is my next door neighbor. I know half of you out there. So I'm not by any means trying to cram or force something through. These plans are wildly incomplete. Hopefully by next week we have narrowed it down to something that resembles ultimately what would be our plan. And then there'll be neighborhood meetings and there'll be discussions about it. I want you to think that we're trying to shove something through without any community input. Not at all. I just don't want to come to you with totally incomplete plans and it'll be a complete disaster. So at the appropriate time, which will probably be January, we will have community meetings. Reach out to y'all. Hopefully you'll come to Bray to the gym and we'll sit down and talk about it and hope you have some display boards and show you what we're looking to do. And I do encourage you to go to the website and see what's on there. And I have the big meeting next week. So if changes are made then check it after next week as well and see when it's updated. So hopefully that answers a lot of your questions today.
I apologize, but I feel
The date has not been set for the community meeting yet, but that's my meeting next week. We'll set that date. So, okay? Thank you all so much. We're going to move on then to the consent agenda. And I'm entertaining motions.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, so we have a motion. We'll just do this verbally then. So we have a motion to approve consent by Commissioner Cruz, and we have a second by Commissioner Baugh. I'm open up consent to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak? Commissioner Baugh, would you click second? Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on today's consent agenda? Sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on today's consent agenda.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, I want to talk on item 12. That's consent, correct? So this is an affordable housing project that's hopefully going to move forward on an infill lot. I just want to point out some of the struggles that developers like Chaff, which is a great organization, I know Mr. Jacobs and that whole crew, we've tried to talk about it. So one of the things that prohibits smaller developers to move forward is that the school board taxes you. We talk about less taxation. This is a vacant piece of property, 3 taxes. There's no school kids going to school, right? 0 resources are used by the school board, and they don't give a break. So again, this guy's putting in 134 units. 25% is going to be affordable. They give 0 wiggle room to developers that are putting in studios in 1 bedroom, right? Now, I love Mike Penley, don't kill the messenger, but this is what he said yesterday. We don't exempt based on affordability. And understand, we're working with the school board, so hopefully you can convey some common sense to them. So they're going to get hammered on their 25% of the 134 units, the full price. That's cost prohibitive for that developer to move forward, right? So they don't care what size you have, right? They're going to get their money. They need to come around to the sliding scale like the school board does, like you guys do. Here's an example, right? Here's a house that sold for $16 million in cash. His impact fee was $64.71. My house that I'm building now, and I'm this close to getting a CO, 744 square feet, 1 bedroom. You know what my impact fee is? $64.71. They give 0 consideration for small developers that are trying to build affordable housing. You think the guy with the $16 million cares about that? It's a drop in the bucket. It is a major cost to me to pay this, right? And that we're not going to use anywhere than the resources that other house would. So I'm just saying, if you're in negotiations with the school board, and I've been crying to them for years that they need to mimic the county. You guys got the same organization that does the reports. So this is unjust taxation as far as I'm concerned. I hope they come around, because school boards, their own district, they can waive the fees. You guys could waive the fees. You have at least reduced the fees. Thank you. I got one more item here, and then I got to go to work.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
I can't talk about 35 and 36?
No, sir, it's consent. 3 minutes on consent. Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on the consent agenda? Please state your first name, last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on today's consent agenda.
My name is Ruth Lawler. I'm a longtime resident of Manatee County. I do have a question, because I don't know if this falls under this. Are items 51 and 55 on the consent agenda item? They are not. Okay. Then I'll hold and cover that
Okay,
later.
thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on today's consent agenda?
I believe the item is number 16 regarding the creation of East River Ranch Stewardship District. Just as a follow-up with, as you saw the residents here, yes, we're doing a great job of trying to educate the public and let them know and have adequate notice and everything. And I think that a good judge of that would be the public. And I've asked questions about stewardship districts before. You might recall last year there was an expansion proposed. I believe that was from Fiona McFarland in that end of the Lakewood Ranch District. But I believe I spoke with Commissioner Cruz on that because my actual address was in that. The East River Stewardship District is pretty much across the street from my house on 675. And I know people in that area. And if you look at the map of this stewardship district, and I've also taken kind of an informal poll about people in that area, and I asked this question, do you know what a stewardship, you know I do this. What district do you live in? Who's your county commissioner? Do you know that you're going to be under a stewardship district? Do you know what a stewardship district is? And nobody knew. Nobody knew. So we're right back to where we were with 59th Street. And I realize this is a consent agenda item, but, you know, you do have the ability to pull items from the consent agenda, and I also don't think that public quite really understands the consent agenda versus the non-consent and all that. So what I'm asking is the same thing that we've said before, we need an education in the process. We now have a whole group of people, and if you look at how this area is plotted out, which is directly across the street from me on 675, it's quite strange the way it's mapped out, and I'm telling you that people in the area don't know that they may be now under another type of district or even what that district does. Secondly, I've asked also for the same information to utilize that information for other areas of our vast and undeveloped East County. And, you know, how do we become a special district? How do we become a stewardship district? Why do we have stewardship districts? We really need to get some education out there because I think a lot of the, you saw it, and that's a good thing. You've got a public that's interested and that wants the information. So I'd like to know a little bit more about the East River Stewardship District because I live there, that's my backyard, and my neighbors have no idea anything about it, and you just approved it. So we'd like to know, and I'm sure we'll follow up with that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on the consent agenda? Mr. Jim Molina, I misspoke. If you have separate items, you do have additional time to speak to those items. So if you want to come back up and speak on your items, you're good. Take him up on it.
Mr. Chair,
Glenn
it's
Giblina, Manatee County, taxpayer, voter, and...
3 minutes, but a total of 10. 3 minutes
Activist.
per item, or a total of 10.
Right, okay. So I'll talk about 34 and 35. So these are projects in Ribonia, and, whoops, wrong one. Those are my notes. So I call Ribonia New Pierce North because Ribonia and I love Ribonia. We are very similar. Ribonia, we've been paying taxes since 1932. We are both marginalized communities. Ribonia is prone to flooding. New Pierce is prone to flooding. Ribonia has no sidewalks. New Pierce has no sidewalks. Ribonia has no streetlights. New Pierce has no streetlights. Ribonia has no sewer. New Pierce has no sewer. So I can relate to this community. And the only thing that I would question here is these two lots, deeded by tax sale, I understand the intent of surplusing and getting the money. I bid on a lot in Ribonia about 3 years ago. I lost by a little bit. I would say pause because you didn't reach out to the people that build with surplus property. You didn't reach out to Valerie or myself or nonprofits and say, could you build something affordable there? Or we're just going to blow it out. You said, we've looked at it because of the height restrictions, it won't be affordable to put it in surplus. I disagree, and I respect Dr. Hopes immensely, but on this one, we have a difference. Valerie, Trinity Without Borders, and myself, we took a 3-day course on Affinity Homes in Georgia, Lakeland, Georgia. They build in the Keys, right? All they do is crane homes, modular manufacturing, by the way, not stick-built, not site-built, modular manufacturing, that they crane onto piers every day down in the Keys. They would be perfect for this area. So I would only suggest that you give us a shot at it before you sell it. And if we can't do it, we can't make the numbers work, then do that. But just to leapfrog in front of nonprofits and for-profits that want to build affordable housing in this marginalized community, I think we deserve that chance. I mean, that's what we do. We try to do affordable housing. You're not going to get any high-dollar developer in there, I can tell you that. But you might get someone like Valerie or myself. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak on consent agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in to speak on consent?
There is no one on the phone at this time.
All right, we're going to close public comment before we go to our board. The order of the board is Cruz, Hopes, and Van Austin Bridge. I have an email regarding consent that has come in, and I have multiple screens. I'm using the mouse, and it's on the other screen. Essentially, the clerk's office has an issue with item number 40 on consent. So before we move forward, let me go to Mr. Clegg and get his opinion on how to handle item 40.
So, Mr. Chair, I believe that came from our agenda coordinator.
Oh, yeah, you don't work for the clerk anymore. I forgot about that.
She did for a long time, but she no longer does. But I think the best thing to do is pull that item and vote it separately after lunch so we can just email it around to the board. There's a document that should have gone into the update that didn't, and the board has to see it before you can approve it. So if we could just pull that item in the motion.
Mr. Cruz, I need you to amend your motion removing item number 40.
So moved.
Commissioner Baugh, you're the seconder. Your seconder agrees. All right, so going forward then, consent is minus item number 40, commissioners. Minus item number 40. Mr. Cruz, Commissioner Cruz, you are first on the board, sir.
Yeah, I'll be quick just to clarify something for Carol. We don't have anything to do with stewardship districts. That's a state thing. I mean, I would encourage you to reach out. I guess you would be Senator Boyd and Representative Gregory, where you live. Those would be your representatives. They're the ones who approve stewardship. All we're doing here is administrative. It's just sending them a letter saying the concept of a stewardship district does not fundamentally, illegally violate our comp plan, which it does not. That's all this letter is. We're not voting. You were saying there hasn't been a whole lot of discussion and we just approved something. We didn't approve anything relative to stewardship district. That has to go up to Tallahassee during next session and get pushed through and voted on in Tallahassee to move that forward. All this is just like when we transmit stuff to Tallahassee and they say, nothing's wrong with that. Same thing. But that's what a stewardship district is, a glorified CDD. That's what it is. It just is a concept of how it can be funded. We didn't vote and approve a stewardship district. That's perfectly fine if you disagree with that concept, but I'm pretty sure the governor is not signing what we just voted on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, real quickly, I just wanted to respond to Mr. Gimbolino on items number 34 and 35. I, too, looked at those properties yesterday, and keep in mind, this is only the first step, and I agree with you that I think that there are some other alternatives and there are some other possibilities. The first step is the board surplusing it, which provides staff the opportunity to look at other options for how we surplus the property, what it can be used for. And as you know, this board is very focused on affordable and attainable and workforce housing. And so it will have to come back to the board in order to transfer to anyone. And we are going to look at that because I too questioned whether or not we could find some opportunity to have attainable housing in that area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I'm next on the board, and I will address Mr. Gimbolino's remarks as well regarding Rabonia, which is in my district, and I fought hard to have it included in my district. Rabonia is having tens of millions of dollars in sewers installed now, because you mentioned that they don't have sewer, streetlights, or sidewalks. Their utilities Public Works are spending tens of millions of dollars installing sewers throughout Rabonia. In addition to that, sidewalks are being laid throughout Rabonia as well. This county owns and essentially leases for free a community center to the Rabonia community, and I've been working with property management to make improvements to the community. Not that it needs that many, to be honest. Mostly in field turf and fencing, possibly a dock that goes out onto to the bayou there. And lastly, streetlights. There are streetlights in Rabonia, and I attended a community HOA meeting. I think it's an HOA, but it's a community meeting at the community center in Rabonia a couple months ago, and streetlights came up. I offered to, bring to this board more streetlights for Rabonia. There was some pushback by residents because they do have to, it is an addition to their power bill, although it's not much, and I tried to sort of, sell the idea to them. I've driven Rabonia at night. It's not that bad, so I sort of see where they're coming from. But there are streetlights. They've been offered more. I have not heard back from that community regarding additional streetlights at this time. Just update on everything Rabonia. Commissioner Baugh, you're next on the board.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, Mr. Chairman, to Carol Feltz. Her property is not in the stewardship district. You can't be in it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you understood that, because some of the things you said, it sounded like perhaps you thought you were, so, okay. That's it, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so that we've concluded exhausted public comment, and there's no one left on the board to speak. We have the motion is by Cruz, the second is by Baugh, and the motion is to pass consent minus item number 40. Commissioners, please cast your votes at this time. Someone still thinking about it? Or is the system just, oh, it's not the system that's slow.
Is it the Marine?
Okay. Madam Clerk, the vote passes by a vote of 7-0, so it is unanimous. Yes, ma'am, it does. Okay. Then we will get further information on item number 40 between now and we return from lunch. It is 12 o'clock even by the time I hit the gavel, so we will now recess this meeting until 1:30 when we return from lunch. We're in recess.
Precedented time. All right, welcome back. We will be on agenda item number 54.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if we could open
Yes, sir.
both items 49 and 54 together, that would be the best way to do this. My one question is, before we proceed to those, do you want to dispense with item 40, which was pulled from the consent agenda before you took your recess? Because that's now been distributed to the board and can just be approved as a motion to approve item 40 with the changes distributed to the board.
That sounds like a great idea. So we'll go ahead with item number 40 first, which was on our consent agenda, but we had a little bit of housekeeping to do over the lunch hour. That's been given to the commissioners at this point, just deals with an easement, correct?
Correct. Temporary easement for access to the property.
We already held public comment on consent. Should I reopen public comment since
Yeah, I
we
might as
pulled
well
it?
call for public comment, just in case.
I've got no commissioners on the board. Any public comment on item number 40? Seeing none, we'll close that. I'll entertain a motion to pass.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a move to approve and a second.
I'm sorry, who made the motion, sir? Thank you.
Commissioner Baugh?
And I think we're going to have to do this one by voice
Commissioner Rob.
vote because there isn't a motion. Or is there one queued up in the system queue?
There is now.
Okay,
It
all
just
right.
came up.
All right.
Yep.
The good old system.
Yeah, it's not up on my computer yet.
No. Just go ahead.
So I'll reopen mine. We'll go ahead and do a voice vote, though, for now. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? By a vote of 6-0, it passes, with Commissioner Van Ostenbridge not present yet. All right. And with that, we'll be going to, what numbers are next?
Number 50, under advertised public hearing, is the adoption of ordinance 22-109, and then followed with 54, and I think the county attorney says you can take them both up together?
That is correct. I think it's probably best to do that because the two items are related. The
Right.
first one is the adoption of an ordinance that is basically a legal necessity before the board can approve the second item. The way this is divided, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, is that if the board has questions about the ordinance, those probably should be directed to the staff, or if they are legal questions, to me. And then after that, we should allow the applicant, or for lack of a better term, allied, which has requested this, and its representatives to present to the board why they, feel that this is in the best interest of the county and the public. So I don't know if staff has any presentation they want to make on the ordinance. I can describe it pretty quickly. What it does is amend our utilities code to authorize the use of our county's deep injection wells, with the exception of the well located adjacent to Piney Point, for the acceptance of brine, but subject to the board's approval of an agreement, which is what you see in the second agenda item that I referenced. And if you have any questions about that, I'll be happy to answer them.
I'm trying to get to that.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just to clarify, you just said it verbally. I'm trying to look through it. In my briefing, I specifically asked that we add Piney Point as an exclusion to this. Was that actually added?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, I didn't see it on the update, but, when we authorized the Piney Point well, we specifically told everyone we were only doing Piney Point water in that well. So I just
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to- Okay.
So we have made that change.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ball.
All right, and since we're talking about the ordinance first, I just wanted to make sure that the ordinance has been changed to state that nothing else can go in there without the approval of our board. Is that correct, sir?
The practical effect is yes, because what it says is an agreement has to be approved by the board for the use of any of the wells that are allowed to be used this way. And that, it already said that, but we specified it must come to the board for approval first.
Okay. So I want to make sure that the public understands that nothing will go in this well without this board approving it. Is that correct?
Ma'am, that is absolutely correct.
All right, and I understand, and I'm probably moving ahead a little bit, and I want to hear from the the petitioner, but it's my understanding right now that, well, maybe I am getting ahead of the game and talking about Allied, is that correct?
I would suggest we let them,
Okay,
present to the board, why they're asking to be able to do this and why they feel it's in the best interest of the public and the county. So, Mr. Chair, unless there are any other questions, I would suggest we go to.
Public comment.
No, to the request.
Yeah, who is here to present for the applicant?
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Galvano?
Bill Galvano, Grimes Galvano, here
Go
on
ahead, sir.
behalf of Allied. First of all, thank you and welcome new members to the commission. And before we get into the bones of this, I do want to thank the county attorney for his work on it, his deputy, Alex Nicodemi, Evan Pilichowski, and certainly Deputy Courtney DePaul, and all the other staff that have come together to work this partnership, as I see it, to continue a great relationship that currently exists and has existed between Allied and Manatee County. Formally, I represent Allied New Technologies 2. With me here today are members of the Allied team, including their president and CEO, Jim Palmer, and I know that many of you have interacted with these folks many times in the past. Allied manufactures bleach. Manufactures bleach for the purpose of treating wastewater, for the purpose of yielding potable water from brackish water, and has done so for many decades. It has done so here in Manatee County as a partner with Manatee County for over 22 years. And they are not just good corporate partners with the county, they're actually tremendous community partners. They have stepped up many times through the years when the county had an additional demand or needed something. I think one of the most recent examples is in Myakka after Hurricane Ian. When they came out on a single call, I remember it, I was driving down the road and there was a need, and they responded with 15,000 gallons of bleach. And then went on to coordinate with the county and supply a cleanser for over 200 wells out there. So they're part of this community. They're located in Manatee County. And now they have an increased demand for volume. Why? Because once again, they're assisting the county, this time to help clean Piney Point. So as part of this increased demand, as part of continuing this partnership, discussions have been ongoing that have culminated in a proposed agreement to allow Allied to store, not inject, because the county does that, to store its byproduct from making bleach, which is salt water, and I mean that, salt water. That's not a euphemism. You can check it out yourself. It's salt water that comes out. And I'll make a point about the ordinance real quick. The ordinance also makes very clear that in these Class 1 injection wells, no hazardous material can go in there. That language is explicit. So what does that mean? This is not hazardous material, it's salt water. And what they are proposing, along with the county, is to put this salt water into a well which the DEP has licensed for that very purpose. That's why you have these wells. There's no other reason for the county to have this well off of 69th than to treat brackish water and to treat wastewater and to help the county create potable water. The county also has long-term plans for a reverse osmosis facility, which this well will also be part of that infrastructure. So that's what they want to do here in order to meet the volume demands, but in doing so, they're also going to pay the county $7.66 per 1,000 gallons, and this number is based on Manatee County's rate consultants who went out and looked at the issue and made the proposal back. And they also had an example to learn from because Allied does this exact same thing in Fort Pierce. and has done so for over 10 years. How many problems? Zero? Zero in doing this. And so this isn't, we're not creating some unknown model. This is something that has existed. The agreement before you is very restrictive. It allows a limited use license and clearly establishes that no property rights are being exchanged. It also puts specific parameters on Allied's use of the property in terms of how that salt water looks when it arrives. And I don't want to get hyper technical, but it can't be over a pH of 7. They then have to treat it on site with tremendous containment to get it down to 4.5 to 5.5 before it goes in. The county retains the right, both through the ordinance and the agreement, to sample, to check it out, to get reports, and then a comprehensive monitoring / emergency system, and they call it SCADAS, that the county uses. We're going to plug into that. Will be every day out there ready to blow a whistle if something's not being done exactly how it should be done. This agreement also indemnifies the county. Allied, it requires Allied to indemnify the county. An absolute full indemnity, but with the additional requirement of a comprehensive insurance coverage. And I invite you to look at that exhibit. In all my practice, I've never seen such a comprehensive insurance requirement. So we believe that this is a good agreement. It fits right under your ordinance, which we support the ordinance because it has really filled in the blanks where you already had wells for this purpose. Now this just gives some parameters to it and continues a partnership that has existed now between Allied and Manatee County for 22 years. And so I would ask that you support it. We have folks here who can answer any technical questions more than me, and I'm here for questions. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, sir. There are no commissioners on the board at this time, so let's go ahead and move forward with public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like, did you want to speak?
Yes, staff going to present it?
Do we have a staff presentation to accompany this?
Did you want to do that
think so.
first? Before
Is
public
there a staff
comments?
presentation? Is there? No, I didn't think so.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Okay.
want to be sure.
So, yes, we'll open public comment. Please, state your first, last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes on this specific item.
Okay, my name is Ruth Lawler. I'm a longtime resident of Manatee County. Have resided here for over 60 years. On this item, allowing the approval of Allied New Technologies to inject up to 40,000 gallons a day of industrial wastewater from their manufacture of sodium hychlorite, if I have that correct, injected into the Manatee County wells. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to have a long discussion with David Woodhouse, and he's a retired professional certified and registered geologist in Florida and has 50 years of experience in hydrology and environmental forensics, including a recognized expert in bedrock fracture, flow, and transport of contaminants through soil and bedrock. Much more knowledgeable than I am, but that's been his career. And he has great concerns. He apologizes he's not able to be here today because he has a conflict in his schedule, but his thoughts and his opinion was that this could be very problematic. The questions I have is, has there been an independent scientific evaluation and analysis of Allied New Technologies industrial wastewater? And that would be an important question to answer. Is there any benefit to Manatee County to allow this company to use our Manatee County deep injection wells? And I understand there is some compensation. But I guess the other question is, why would we go back on an agreement that we had in 2017 that approved a tax abatement? And of course, Vanessa, you were here at that time, on the condition that Allied would be responsible to truck out of Manatee County all of their industrial wastewater. So I don't know the answer to that, but that would be nice to know. It sounds like capacity is an issue, but is it fair compensation? Is it really safe? And I have some serious concerns about it. And again, I talked to an expert. I'm not the expert, but I did talk to an expert, and he has grave concerns, and his recommendation is because of the way the whole geology works, that it would be a very problematic situation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else from the public? So please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes on this item.
Hi, Carol Feltz, Myakka City, Manatee County. This again is a matter of the public, having information, everything on it. And I think there's been a lot of inflammatory things because we are on the cusp of our Piney Point recent disaster. So everybody's a little bit tense about this utilization of deep water injection methods. One of the things that I liked about it, even though it is contradictory to our original plan with them, but carting our waste to another county doesn't solve a problem. So I would really kind of like the idea of us taking care of our own waste than carting it somewhere else. Now, if there is some proven methodologies in Fort Pierce that they are utilizing, which I'm really not privy to, but are they putting in a deep water well there? Is it next to a school the way ours is? That type of thing. I think there is a little bit of an intimidating perspective on it because of our Piney Point issues. That makes it a little bit tender for some people. But I do like the idea of us taking care of our own rather than just carting our waste someplace else. Having said that, would anybody actually want to drink this non-lethal whatever? No, we're not. I mean, we haven't seen an example of that, and we know that it is it's not just okay? There is something to it, otherwise we wouldn't be so concerned about dumping it and calling it waste. So let's not, try and change that. But I think that the perception is because of our concerns with Piney Point, why this is meeting with some resistance from the public. So right there, we start with a better education on it. We start by letting people know, well, what do they do with it in Fort Pierce? The other thing is that the math of the incident is that if we're saving this company major dollars by them not having to truck it across the state, have we negotiated that not based on however we've come up with the math on that, but let's say it costs X amount of dollars for them to truck it across the state. We should be bidding that price at 80% of what they're paying already to do that, not by any other factors, because they're already spending money. So we're already saving them money by allowing them to utilize our deep water wells. But I would definitely have some issues with the proximity of it to our schools. That's where the concern is. The concern is also because we're also looking at the Piney Point situation. So I think those are very adequate concerns. I understand, I don't want to truck my waste to somebody else's county. I think that's a little bit not very responsible of us. And we do recognize, we all figured that Allied was pretty much involved in us getting our bleach out there in Myakka City for our contaminated wells, so, which we still don't know if they were or not.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Item number 50. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in today to speak on item number 50?
Yes, we have one caller. Would caller ending in 983, please press star 6 to unmute.
Okay, so caller 983, as you press star 6 to unmute, I'll remind you to please open by stating your first, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes on this specific item.
Yes, hi, this is Elizabeth Arnold. I'm a Manatee County person, and I was curious. I had a bunch of questions, and one of them is I was curious about, they list the address of the current Allied plant in the contract, but they don't really say anywhere that, oh no, you can't take waste from any other place in any of your other locations in Florida. It says an amount, but it doesn't really say will be prohibited from bringing in waste from other places. And I was also curious how much Allied was paying Fort Pierce, because same as the person in front of me, it seems likely that we should be getting quite a bit more because they're not having to truck the the waste across the state. So I was curious what they're paying in Fort Pierce now. I was also curious about what benefits this will bring to the citizens of Manatee County, because candidly, it seems to me like it's dangerous. I read where Allied Chemical had 2 folks that ended up in the emergency room because of chemical issues. They got hurt at the plant. So I don't know what they use at the plant and what the difference is between what's being pumped down the well, but they did have 2 folks, they made headlines that went to the emergency room. And I'm still confused. They came to town saying, we're not going to do any of this in Manatee County. We're going to truck it out of the county. And now they've changed the rules on us, which is a little odd and very concerning. And let's see, what else? I may have misunderstood it, but I think there's something in the contract so that if Manatee County says, well, we're going to stop this, that the county has to pay them some kind of large fee, like $150,000 or something like that, to say, we're not going to keep this, we're not going to keep doing this anymore. And if that's true, I'm confused why Manatee County would enter into an agreement with anybody where if for some reason, some unforeseen reasons, things didn't go well and the county wanted to back out of it, they would have to pay a company a lot of money to back out of it when we're being really nice and supposedly letting them use a well that was never intended for them in the first place. So those are my questions. I have a granddaughter that one day will go to that school. I really am very concerned, and I don't necessarily, given the headlines of people being injured at their plant and having to go to the hospital, think that everything is absolutely hunky-dory and safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Are there any other callers on this item?
That is all the callers at this time.
All right, we're going to close public comment, and we have several commissioners on the board. Madam Clerk, actually, we'll just start going through discussion first. So the order of the board is Satcher, Bearden, Baugh, Cruz, and Ballard.
That covers it.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, sir. I was going to ask some questions of staff, which is normally part of in the agenda, but how much do we foresee, how much money do we foresee coming into Manatee County in a year from this agreement?
So I'm Evan Pilichowski. I'm the Utilities Director here for Manatee County. That's going to depend on the volumes per day. At the maximum rate, I believe it's $111,000 or $112,000 per year.
$112,000 per year.
Yes, sir.
Now, I completely disagree with what someone said, but I would go back to our that's the only question I have. Thank you. Oh, how deep is the well? That's the other one for you.
This is Phil Locke. He's our consultant with McKim & Creed. He has that technical detail. So I'll ask him to answer that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The well is drilled into a confining zone. I don't have the exact number, but I believe it's around 1,700 feet or so deep. And it's drilled to a layer where it's a confining layer. So when the treated brine goes down into the well, there's a confining layer, so that water cannot make it back up into the aquifer there where the drinking water is obtained.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'll just say thank you, staff, I appreciate it. I imagine, Chair, you want to go to deliberations? Would you like me to just keep the floor and go into deliberations?
Yeah, so this is not quasi-judicial. This is just a vote on an ordinance. So we're just going to go through anything and everything that you wanted to have. If it's questions, statements, whatever your statements you have now is the time. We'll go through the board, and then when we're finished, I am going to ask to hear from the applicant just so they can rebut at the end and fill in any, misinformation that may have been heard. So we'll go through the commission first.
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I just want to make a couple of points and remind of some of the previous discussions we've had. First of all, 1,700 feet, I believe that the other well that we're digging now or finishing up is deeper than that. Both of these wells that we're talking about using are both in my district. So there's not a great option for me. But I will say that this board when it came up, what to do about Piney Point, we were all between, we were in the proverbial between a rock and a hard place. We had, polluted water that was higher than our citizens, in their homes, and that was spilling out. Well, and actually, our first vote in 2020 was before the leak. And, the four of us that were here in 2020 all voted a $6 million vote in 6 minutes, because at the state legislature they were behind and they needed to know right away if we were on board with matching that $6 million. And we saw that the risk to our citizens was great enough to where we were willing to do that. So to me, there was a very powerful case to be made that even though that was not an ideal situation, we had to do what was necessary for the health and safety of our citizens. And so we voted for it. I'm not seeing that here. I mean, we've already talked about having our, our landfill, how much we wish our landfill was in a different county, that we could take it out of the county. And here we have a deal where this stuff is going to another county. Why not take advantage of that? And then why in the world is Piney Point some sort of, we'll never put anything ever different down there, but right next to the school and right next to everyone's home, no big deal, go ahead, whatever. If it's important, then it should be important wherever it's at. And so I don't see the benefit of this. If this absolutely has to go down a well that is close by here, why not put it down Piney Point when it's done? That makes more sense than this, unless it's a PR issue. That would save them more money and would have it around. I mean, there's not an ideal situation here, although sending it to Fort Pierce seems pretty close. So, and if I seem unreasonable right now, I want you to think, if this was, a mile and a half from your home, a quarter mile from where your kids go to school, and right next to, pick the nicest park in your district, right? If it was right adjacent to the nicest park in your district that all the families use, and we're going to save, at maximum, we're bringing in $170,000 a year for the county. That's the price that we're selling for here. That is not a knock on, anyone that's come here to make the presentation. I hate to be in this position, but I'm at least going to point out, I owe it to the people that vote for me to point out that I don't see the huge benefit for Manatee County. If they have an option to take it to Fort Pierce, then why not continue to take advantage of that option? I'm pro-business as the next guy, more so, but it seems like we've got a great deal here. Why are we giving it up? So I hope we will vote against this. I hope this will come down and we'll vote against this, and they can keep on trucking. The other thing is that I brought up to staff, I'm surprised there wasn't a presentation because of the issues that I brought up with them during my briefing, is that if you know my district, you know that 69th Street, Erie Road, north-south, Erie Road, east-west, Ellington Gillette, Moccasin Wallow, Canal Road, those are all the options on how to get a truck full of this stuff to that injection well. Those are the only ones I know of. There's three different routes I can think of, and those are the roads utilized on each of those routes. And they're some of the toughest roads that we have we're trying really hard to get them called up. But to put that on the road going through a school zone doesn't seem like an ideal situation to me. Send it to Fort Pierce. I'm not looking out for them. They don't vote for me. Manatee County does. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, no offense to everyone in Fort Pierce. Commissioner Bearden, you're next, sir.
So who is it? I can ask you questions. Is that it? Okay, good.
You may ask a question of anyone you like.
Okay, great. Whoever I can ask technical questions to. Would that be?
direct those to-
Okay.
Ask
all
the
right,
question,
all right.
we'll figure out who's
So
gonna
first
answer it.
thing is, will the earth essentially, as we fill this well down, will the earth begin to rise at some point in time? That's a, do you know that question?
Yeah, I do. That's a good question, but no, not for this situation, no.
Okay.
No rise.
And what, it's a class one. Why is it, why are we doing a class one injection well?
Class 1 wells are designed and permitted to take water essentially with really high salt in it, such as RO concentrate or the brine stream, and send that water down to a zone where the salinity is higher than drinking water standards. It's 10,000 part per million TDS.
Okay.
Try to keep the technical stuff out of it.
Yeah,
but-
no. And how deep is our drinking water currently, if we had to pull it out of the aquifer?
There's wells over on the east side of the county. I'm not sure the depth of those. It's been quite a while since I worked on those.
Okay.
The wells proposed for the Buffalo Creek area, those wells are, the maximum depth is around 300 or 350 feet deep.
Okay.
And I wanted to correct something. I mentioned a depth for this well. It was incorrect. I don't know the depth, but this well we're discussing today is the same depth as the Piney Point well.
I was going to bring that up. This well is right around 3,200 to 3,300 feet. And what I just want to add, especially for the new commissioners, this well was specifically drilled for a reverse osmosis plant, which takes salt water, takes the salt out of it, and this well was designed and built by the county to inject that salt water, that brine, into this well. So this is exactly the purpose that this well was drilled for. The brine that they have is pure, sterile, clean salt water that is being proposed to go down a well that the county designed, and it's in our CIP plan, to build this reverse osmosis plant that will pull salt water out of the ground, take the salt out, and push this salt back into the well.
Got it.
It's not, this is not like
Hazardous
Piney Point
material.
effluent. This is not hazardous. This is not toxic from the perspective of, it's just salt water.
Okay. And how many layers is the casing that we're looking at within the drill itself?
If it's like Piney Point, you've got 8 different casing layers. And if you want to see a sample of the rock, you've seen it on my desk.
Okay.
That's the bottom of the Piney Point well. That's how dense the rock is that is in the injection zone.
Yeah. Something there was an earlier question. Part of the permitting process for this well was the requirement to demonstrate the confining layer. This water goes down to a depth of 3,200 feet or so, and there's a confining layer above it, along with the casing, that completely protects the water from coming up into the zone where the drinking water would be withdrawn, 300, 350 feet or so.
Got it.
So this is almost 3,000 feet deeper.
And just so I have an understanding, because I'm just trying to get the overall picture of the actual well so people can understand. So let's just say that if one layer leaks, let's just say it happened to leak, then the next one will block it and so on, correct? So it pretty much dilutes it if something were to happen.
Well, the casing itself, if something happens in the casing, as Dr. Hopes mentioned, there's multiple casings. So the water cannot come up along the side of the casing.
Okay.
And again, there's confining layers that keep the water from coming up. And that was a requirement to be demonstrated for the permitting of the well.
Got it.
Yeah, so the water can't come up.
Okay. And there's several things that have to happen, right? Based on my research that I'm looking, there's several things that have to happen in order for this leakage to happen. Like the research that I'm finding is that it's highly unlikely. we're looking at like a 1 in a million chance that this would happen. Am I correct on that?
I don't know what the odds would be. I
Okay.
don't.
Yeah, I just want to make a note, Commissioner. There are monitoring wells that are required that monitor the area. There's like, I think the 1,700-foot well is one of the monitoring wells. So that there are indicators should any of these like 10 different safety layers and casings fail.
Okay.
Say there's an earthquake or something. The monitor well will pick it up and you'll stop injecting.
Okay. All right. Has there already been a no migration petition developed for this particular well?
I'm not familiar with that term.
No migration.
Okay. Like saying that there's an actual petition say that there won't be any migration of the water.
Oh, this well has been tested, well, twice, because we went through it when the well was originally permitted by DEP. And then with regards to the minor modification to say you're going to take somebody else's brine and put in the well. So all of the science, all of the engineering, all the attestations, all the pressure testing, everything has been done.
Okay.
And it will be, and by the way, it will be done again after all the equipment is put in and we're ready to begin injecting. All that will be tested by the engineers.
And so how many miles around the radius of the actual well itself is going to be evaluated?
That was in the general permitting process, and I can get you all the reports that utilities and DEP has, and they relied on this as well as the county drilled a test well at Piney Point a number of years ago, where all this data was collected as well.
Okay.
And all that was also relied on when they were permitting the Piney Point well.
Okay.
May I speak to a couple items? So one is this well was permitted by DEP originally to accept the reverse osmosis for the reverse osmosis system that has not been installed in the county yet. That was permitted to take on 1 million gallons a day of brine and was permitted through DEP for that use. When we submitted a permit to request that allied brine be disposed in this well, which also needs to be permitted as a separate stream, it was actually considered a minor modification because it was the same type material as the reverse osmosis system would let off.
Okay.
To give you an idea of the volume that would go down here on a daily basis, so again, 1 million gallons a day is the capacity. Allied would be putting a maximum of 40,000 gallons a day. So not even touching the 1 million gallons that it's permitted to take on per day. So just to give you an idea of the scope, which can help put it a little bit.
And it's going 3,000 feet down in the ground?
All the way to,
And
yeah,
our drinking water is around 300 feet?
correct,
Got it.
350.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments right off the bat. I think Ms. Lawler brought my name up as not being in favor of this back in 2017, and she's absolutely right. I was not in favor. I still don't like it. However, the difference today is that we had a major breach at Piney Point, and we have a major problem that we need to take care of to make sure that we're able to close Piney Point so this never happens again. That's a big difference from what it was in 2017. The other thing is that if you look up the definition of brine, I don't know if any of you have done that, but the definition is it's salt water. It's salt water. I'm not a big deep water injection fan, okay? I'm not. However, I do appreciate the fact that Allied came to our rescue with the bleach that we needed to treat the water before it goes into the harbor, before it contaminates our Gulf. And as far as, drinking water, I'm not concerned about that. I would never vote for something that I thought was going to contaminate our drinking water. But at the same time, we need to handle this emergency that we have. We're still, I believe, Mr. Administrator, are we still under a state of emergency with Piney Point?
We are, and we are preparing within hopefully 6 months to begin that injecting, and we will be getting, if not hundreds of thousands of gallons of bleach from Allied, maybe millions of gallons of bleach from Allied to treat the Piney Point waste before it goes down the Piney Point well.
Yeah, and so I guess, Courtney, you just, one of my questions was DEP permitting, and you explained that, so that's covered. And there is no hazardous material that's to go down from Allied, as I understand it. It's salt water. From that standpoint, it's really not dangerous, I mean, per se. It's not something you want to just, I mean, it's not great, but it's certainly not going to cause a major catastrophe. Commissioner Satcher, I understand your concern about your people that vote for you in your district. But every person in this county matters. This is an issue. That's why we're having this hearing today. But I will say that I think we need to define things a little better than maybe what we've done. There's no hazardous material here. So, and I know I've gotten emails where that has been mentioned, and that's not what it is. So I just wanted to point that out. And Ms. Lawler, I've heard from several people in emails that I've received. One was a past commissioner that obviously doesn't well, you said that, I didn't. But the point is that there has been something that's changed. We had the catastrophe at Piney Point, and by the way, this commissioner tried very hard back in the day to get the other commissioners to start a process of cleaning the water, which, by the way, that's what we're doing today. That's exactly why Allied is important to this solution. So I don't really have any other questions. I just wanted to ask that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just for the
Thank you, ma'am.
benefit of the commissioners, that is the core of the bottom of the Piney Point well, and that is very similar to the rock structure at the bottom of this well, and you can see not much can get through that.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz, you're next on the board, then Ballard, Hopes, and Satcher again.
All right, a couple of things. Let's just make sure we have facts. People can make their own decisions for whatever reason. People like deep well, some people don't like deep well. Let's look at facts. Talk about the school and how your kids may go to the school. This is an issue. That conversation should have been had a long time ago. This is not a question of whether or not we're building a deep well next to a school. This deep well exists. It exists because we intended to put something in it. We weren't practicing digging holes. Like, there was an intention that this well was built way before this board came on. So something's going down that, and it was for the reverse osmosis. So the fact that it's next to a school should have been a conversation you had a decade ago. Yeah. And to say Allied came in and got some benefits from a tax abatement we proposed back in 2017, and at the time they claimed they weren't going to put it in Buffalo Creek. Buffalo Creek wasn't permitted until 2020. So I don't know at what point in time they were proposing anything that's been insinuated in articles or in emails where they promised not to put something down a well that wasn't even permitted or existed at the time. I think is a bit of a stretch. I've read the ordinance that gave them the tax benefit. I've read the presentation that was presented to the board at the time when they got the tax benefit. No place in there does it mention this. Maybe, I didn't go back and granted, I don't even know if we have video of it back from 2017. I didn't go back and watch a video. Maybe there was an insinuation verbally in the course of a conversation. But from a legal standpoint, there's no commitment to not putting this water down a well, back as a condition of receiving this grant. So or the tax abatement. So it just doesn't make sense. It's salt water, and right now, as Ms. Felt said, the alternative is to truck it across our county. If you're concerned it's going 3,000 feet down, but you're going to have trucks endlessly going. I mean, I hear what Commissioner Satcher says, all these terrible roads that they have to drive down to get to Buffalo Creek. Unless you're currently, and I may be wrong, unless you're airlifting this to Fort Pierce, you're using the same roads to get get it out of Allied. You're just stopping a little bit sooner in this case to get to Buffalo Creek, because that's what it is. And to say, well, would you drink this? No, of course I would not drink this, but I wouldn't drink the water in Lake Manatee right now, but you're drinking the water out of Lake Manatee, we treat it. That's what happens. So just because I won't drink it, there's lots of things that, doesn't make sense until it's properly treated. I wouldn't drink the water out of the Gulf. It's salt water. But I don't care if it's down in our aquifer or like below our aquifer. So at the end of the day, this is a reasonable request, and to say, what does the county get out of it? Or let's figure out what their profit is or what they cost them today, and let's milk them for all of it or 80% of it. That's not really how business works. The question is, what's a reasonable compensation to us? And they determine whether or not that reasonable compensation to us is reasonable to them, because we get other benefits from them. They're employing lots of citizens of Manatee County. When Piney Point burst, they substantially increased their production to facilitate cleaning the water, to put cleaner water down that deep well injection well. And that caused excess surplus that they had to truck to Fort Pierce. When Hurricane Ian hit, they increased production to help people out in Mayaca. They've proven, not just promising for the future, they've proven in the past and presently to be good stewards and citizens of Manatee County. So that's part of our compensation, is helping out people who help out us. And we like to show other people who want to come to Manatee County that if you're a good corporation, you're a good citizen of Manatee County, we'll protect you. We'll help you. We'll do what we can to work with you as long as you work with us. And they've proven that they have. I don't think we're putting anything down there above and beyond what we thought we were going to put down there when this was permitted a few years ago. I don't think that they made any promises in 2017 that are being broken today. I think this is a reasonable request from a good entity of Manatee County, and I have absolutely no problem with this whatsoever.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ballard.
Yes, I just have a few questions that are maybe a little technical. So the level of waste that is being created for Allied now, how does that differ from the level of brine waste that was being created prior to Piney Point, or the anticipated difference if we don't have that yet?
At the maximum capacity, our plant will produce 40,000 gallons a day of brine. And this brine has already been tested with primary and secondary drinking standards. I would not want to drink it, as this commissioner mentioned, but if you drank it, it wouldn't make you sick, just like drinking ocean water. It's very similar to ocean water, is the best way to describe it. And, this product is being treated at our facility, and then it's being treated on site. And to answer your direct question, right now we're producing about 25,000 gallons a day. One of the issues, as you've heard several people mention, is when you go to clean up Piney Point, you're going to need our bleach. When you did it the last time, we had to greatly increase our production. We're not shipping this product to Fort Pierce. We have a plant just like this. It's the big brother of this plant. It employs 100 and some people. This plant employs about 75, 80 people. And what we did is we increased our production. We're taking it to a next door county, and they're making money off of us. Okay? And we're making a sizable investment of this to be able to do this and help the county out as well as us. And, as this commissioner mentioned, we want to be good stewards We've been in business since 1954. We've been around a long time. This plant that's in Manatee County and its big brother in Fort Pierce makes us not have to ship rail cars of things, greatly reduces the number of truckloads of material, et cetera, that have to go in and out. And you're a great customer of ours. You're a 4.5 million gallon customer. And when the hurricane came, your water plants and sewer plants called us and begged us, and we ran up until the moment it got over 45 miles an hour to service your plants. Now, if we weren't in your county, that would not happen. Okay? Orange County, it didn't happen in Orange County. It didn't happen in Hillsborough County. It happened in Manatee County. So any technical questions you have, we've been, as you heard, we've been doing this for over 10 years in Fort Pierce and not a single problem. The staff, your staff, called our people in Fort Pierce that handle the FPUA there, Fort Pierce Utility Authority, and asked them about us. They got glowing response. And so this isn't something that's brand new, but, you know, for us, it certainly will help us. Right now, we're having to truck this 30, 40 miles away. That takes time. Truck drivers are short in hand to find anyway, and we'd rather be delivering bleach to customers than to be delivering up to another county and paying them to take care of what you all can make money in, and we can keep it all in one county.
And so another thing that was mentioned was that the pH of the brine is 6.5 to 7, and my recollection from science class is that that's essentially the pH of typical tap water.
Yeah, the pH that we produce this brine at is about 9. We lower it in our facility, and in Fort Pierce, we take it just as is. We don't lower the pH. The geology, and some of the people mentioned, is different in Fort Pierce. It will accept a little higher pH. In this geology, you have to have a little bit lower pH, and so we're adjusting it and putting controls on it at your site to make sure it never goes down the well without it being at the proper pH, so it won't damage your well and it won't damage anything that it goes down into at the bottom of that well.
And that was my next question, actually. So why is the brine being further acidified before being put down the well?
It's because of the geology down at the 3,200. I didn't want to argue with Phil when he said 1,700, but I started pulling my hair out because that's where your test well is. And, you know, you have another test coming up from the FDEP and MIT test in May, which is a 5-year test. So as we get this set up, you'll have a test right that goes through the whole gamut of things to be able to make sure we're not doing anything the wrong way.
So the acidification is actually a protectant for both the well and the geology.
Exactly,
Okay.
and because the geology here is much tighter, and so you don't want to have any scaling on that. He showed you that nice piece of rock. You don't want anything blocking that. And the other thing to remember is you're taking brine water and you're putting it down in brine water.
Right.
What's down there is not fresh water, it's brine water. So that's why it's so deep.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that kind of brings to a point that I thought of making earlier, which is that the lower aquifer is brine. And
Right.
so if there were to be some sort of geological fracture or crack or something where that aquifer were seeping up into the freshwater aquifer, what's going down this well would be pretty irrelevant because what's already in that lower aquifer is much worse, and we would have much bigger problems than Allied Chemical. So Hopes, Satcher, and Bearden is the order of the board. Dr. Hopes?
Quickly, I just want to note, first of all, I appreciate the whole team at Utilities because we've been working on this agreement for months and months and months to ensure the protections are there. I will tell you that maybe they didn't want to, but they are paying us more per 1,000 gallons than they pay Fort Pierce or anyone else. As the chair said, this is sterile, clean brine going into brine. And all the safety mechanisms are in place. And there was a question by one of the callers about the portion of the agreement, should we terminate the agreement early? It's because we are requiring them to pay for and install a lot of the equipment on our property. And so it's only fair to them if they don't get the 5-year use out of the equipment that they're paying for, that we would basically compensate them for the depreciated value of the equipment that we're going to keep. And so this has been a very long deliberated agreement with many conversations with rate consultants. I'm very comfortable with this. I'm comfortable with our staff and our ability. We have over 20 years' experience in Manatee County with Manatee County government operating deep injection wells with no failures. And this is a well that was designed specifically for this material. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And probably the biggest place where I was going, Commissioner Ballard got there first. Just listening to everyone, and I'm trying to find, I mean, you better believe when Senator Galvano shows on, shows up, I want to try to find a way to be at a yes. And I was looking for some type of motivating factor, and, shipping it to Fort Pierce, that's not motivating for me. I appreciate Allied, but that's not a big enough motivation in my mind. The money side of things, is that important? Are we, do we have to stay solvent? Sure. But I think you hit on something important, and that is to deal with the disaster that we've been left with for, 50, 60 years ago, from Piney Point. So you've got to up your production on our behalf. I mean, really, it's for stuff we're going to be using for what we're doing. Is that correct? I mean, that's the.
It is.
Most certainly, that is correct. And also, the county, as it grows, is going to need more sodium hypochlorite. And this plant has a small expansion in it that we could expand it a little bit more. That's why we, again, asked for the 40,000 gallons. And it's been mentioned 40,000 gallons out of a 1 million gallon permitting. And, we went through all kinds of things with FDEP to get this minor modification and to be able to have FDEP. And FDEP is begging us to increase our production because they know, from the Secretary of FDEP who calls me regularly, where are you at with this deep well? We want to be able to get more product. We want to be able to get your deep well in Manatee, out at the Piney Point. We want to get this done. We need to clean this up. And unfortunately, you're not the only county who has these type of stocks. So FDEP is dealing with about 20 of these sites. This is one of the worst, but they're dealing with about 20 of these sites. So you're going to be, doing a great job being able to get this taken care of and be, what FDEP looks to get other counties to do the same thing. The only difference is Allied won't be in other counties with them. So.
And Commissioner, I will tell you, they were producing so much for Piney Point when they were doing the to get the levels down. Literally had a direct pipe from the plant to deliver the chlorine. That's how much chlorine they were shipping. I don't know how many feet, 1,000 feet maybe. But that's how fortunate we are. And keep in mind, we purchased their bleach for the swimming pools, for the water treatment plant, for the wastewater treatment plant, when we had to flush the lines under the Braden River, Mayaca. We are a large customer. And so it's this is almost like family, and we're very fortunate to have them located where they are.
And Commissioner, just for clarification, sorry, I don't know that we all introduced ourselves, but Jim Palmer is with Allied. We also are joined by our county's engineering consultant, McKim and Creed, and then Evan is obviously the Director of Utilities, but just in case if it was confusing, because I don't know that we all introduced ourselves, so sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
What is, $7.67, how did you come up with that number?
I didn't come up with that number.
Our rate consultants.
Came up
We
with
had-
that.
And why?
Yeah,
Why $7?
Yeah,
I'm sure you would have.
We ran, defer everything from maintenance costs but Evan can talk to it, but Courtney and I were very involved with the rate consultants to come up with a rate that gave us a contribution to maintenance.
Okay.
As well as covering cost and equipment and materials.
Mr. Chairman, I think I could also add to that there is some law on how much we can do in utility rates. We use a rate consultant because we have to meet some legal standards. We basically cover our cost of operation and a certain additional amount. It's not a money-making venture like some things because of the utilities law that applies to it. So that's why they would use a rate consultant to make sure the number is defensible.
Okay. And if this is allowed to happen, will it increase? Will you have to add more jobs to ensure that this whole thing is being observed?
As far as what at the deep well, no. But the more bleach we produce, the more personnel we'll have, and certainly the more truck drivers we have. You know, our average truck driver makes $140,000, $150,000 a year, so it's a great job. You know, so.
Yeah. And why 40,000 and not 80,000 gallons?
So, sir, I'm going to ask you to just hang around the
Yeah,
podium.
yes, sir, Mr.
And then
Palmer. Thank
answer into the microphone.
Okay.
Wait to speak to the microphone.
The 40,000 gallons, how this product is, and it's not really waste. What we do is we take salt that we bring in and bring through your port in Port Manatee, 45,000 metric ton ships. We bring in several of those a year. We have our own salt building there where we store this salt, and it supplies both Fort Pierce and Miami and Manatee. So we employ people to handle that as well. But what we do is we make a brine, and we heat up that brine, and then we run it through cells, which basically you take electric. We got $1 million a month electric bills to FP&L here. I know I signed the checks. It makes me feel real good when I only get the $400 one at home. But what we do is we make this brine, and then when we have to purge a small amount of that brine off, then we take the rest of it and we resaturate it with salt and we run it through again. What comes off of there is chlorine and sodium hydroxide, and we recombine those instantaneously. This is probably one of the greenest facilities in the United States. It's the most modern, it's the most current one, but it's very green because we don't bring in 90-ton rail cars of chlorine. We have 70, 80 pounds of chlorine at maximum. We recombine this and make sodium hypochlorite or bleach. For anybody who's not a chemist, it's basically twice as strong as Clorox is what we're making. And so we bleed this off. This plant is set up to produce so much, and then it has a small expansion. So what we've done is we've taken the maximum we could do now, added the expansion, and did a good engineering thing and added 20% to it. So we may not even do 40,000 gallons at full capacity, but we have the ability to do that because we think it's going to take several years to clean up Piney Point, and we want to make sure that we don't have to come back and ask for, we meant 40, but we asked for 30. So we asked for what we really think we ultimately maximum we could ever need.
Thank you.
And
Anybody else?
All right, thank you, sir. There's no one else on the board. So would the applicant like to make a final, would staff have any further comments they'd like to make to the board? Okay, does the applicant want to make a final statement to the board?
I really appreciate the questions and the discussion, so there's really not a lot that I can add. I would highlight again that by virtue of your ordinance, for people watching, you've now made it illegal to put hazardous waste in a Class 1 well. And I also would like to highlight that the FDEP monitors this. They monitor both Allied and the county. And then lastly, the trucking traffic, I know Commissioner Satcher was an issue for you, and at best estimate, it's probably one truck per 4 hours, and the route would be 41 to 69th. But I appreciate your consideration, your interest, your questions, and again, I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so commissioners, we're going to hold our vote on item 50 first, and then we will move to 54 after that. So the motion to approve by Commissioner Baugh has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. So if everyone would cast their votes on item 50 at this time. And it passes by a vote of 7-0. Madam Clerk. So item number 54, if you go ahead and pull that up, we're going to hold public comment real quick on it because we did open them together, but the attorney caught that I stated that we were holding public comment for item 50
Yes,
when
you
I
did.
did public comment. So therefore,
Sorry.
we're going to have to do public comment for 54. Ma'am? Okay, hold
Well,
on.
don't blame her, it's on me.
Okay, the motion was made by Commissioner Baugh, and it was seconded by Commissioner Ron. Okay, so now we're entertaining motions on 54. If you all would do that real quick, and then I'll do public comment.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make one comment about 54 too, if I
Okay.
could. Because somebody, the last time we were doing public comment, questioned whether the agreement allows the disposal of waste from other Allied facilities besides its Palmetto plant. and it does not. It is specific to only the Palmetto plant. It is in paragraph 13, brine disposal of the agreement. And I do want to say that Alexandria Nicodemi in my office put a lot of hours into getting this ready to go to the board. And it's, along with staff, a lot of thought has gone into it, and I think that issue, along with the others, has been covered.
All right, thank you, sir. So we have a motion, Madam Clerk, by Commissioner Cruz to approve item 54, has been seconded by Commissioner Baugh. We'll open public comment at this time to item 54, which is the authorization of the chair to execute the license and brine disposal agreement with Allied New Technologies 2. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward to speak on item 54? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in on 54?
There is no one on the phone
We're
at this
going
time.
to close public comment. There are no commissioners on the board, so we'll cast votes at this time. Okay, Madam Clerk, item 54 passes by a vote of 6-1 with Commissioner Satcher in opposition. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, we're going to move then to item number 49, jumping around. Actually, you know what? We're going to go to item 40 before I forget that. Oh, we did it? Wonderful, wonderful. So we're going to go to 49. And 49 is a Public Works item, which is the adoption of Ordinance 22-98, amending Section 2-22-24 of the Manatee County Code concerning no stopping, standing, and parking designations. And it says that Mr. Clegg may have additional information on this, but it's Public Works. So is there anyone from Public Works to speak on this? That's all right. We have a Public Works person.
Come on down.
Good afternoon, Aaron Burkett, Traffic Operations Division Manager, Public Works. This item proposes to amend the County Code 2-22-24, which governs no parking. The amendment covers or proposes to add 4 additional locations under the section of the code which governs no stopping, standing, parking anytime. If you wish, I can cover each of those locations in a little more detail. I've got maps right here if you'd like.
I think we covered them in our briefings, but is there any commissioner who would like the full presentation? Okay, thank you, sir. Then seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve and a second by Commissioner Ron. We'll open this item to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 49 at this time? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in on item 49?
There's no one on the phones at this time.
No calls. We're going to close public comment, and we'll go ahead and cast our votes now. Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, sir. All right, then I think we're good to go down to Planning Commission appointments, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's what I'm showing.
All right. Who is here? Mrs. DePaul. Item 53 is yours.
Rob is on his way down now, but these are the Planning Commission appointments. There were 16 applicants, and so we are looking for the selection of 3. 2 of the appointments are people who are up that have requested to be reinstated, and then 1 is obviously to fill Commissioner Ron's
Are the seats
vacancy.
numbered?
I'm not sure, so let me get,
No, they're not.
Rob's on his way down now. Thank you.
The seats are not numbered?
Do we have could someone bring it up on the screen?
Could we bring the applicants list up on the screen?
Are you talking about like different districts?
So that I can, vote for seat 1, vote for seat 2.
Yeah, so
Matrix.
can anybody fill, I think the question is, can anyone fill any seat? Because you said 2 of them are re-upping request,
Yeah,
and
how
then a
do-
third fully empty one. Do we have to do it?
How do I identify
We have to
the seats?
select 3 people, and it does not matter.
Doesn't
They're not
matter who.
dependent on
Okay.
seat. It's just 3 people that have to be
Perfect.
selected.
So I'm going to open the floor for nominations. Commissioner Baugh, you're on the board.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Ron Turner,
Ray?
Ray Turner, sorry.
Okay, so what we do is we take motions or nominations, and then we'll take motions on closing nominations.
Well,
Okay, so we have a motion for Ray Turner.
Mike, oh, you got somebody on the board.
Okay, Commissioner Ron, you're on the board.
Does that need, I'm gonna recommend somebody else, but I need to second that?
Need 3 seats.
Okay, well,
Needs
then I
three
would, then I
seats.
would like to recommend the reappointment of Bill Smock, William Smock.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, is that how we're going to do it?
We have to do it seat by seat.
We kind of just make this one up as we go.
Yeah, okay, so I mean,
Which is sort of
Okay.
why I wanted to identify the seats in some way, shape, or form. In the future, Dr. Hopes, let's make sure these seats are identified in some way, so then when it comes to the board, it's a more
I
fluid
was
process.
expecting
Just call them
the
first,
planning
second,
commission.
third seat.
Okay, so seat
Yeah.
one, I'm going to call it seat one. We have Ray Turner, and we now have Bill Smock.
for seat 2.
Well, no, we're doing seat one, sir.
Oh.
Would you like to withdraw Mr. Smock for now?
Yes, I'll withdraw
Okay.
Mr. Smock for
Mr.
right
Smock
now.
is withdrawn. So we have Ray Turner.
motion to close nominations.
We have a motion to close nominations by Commissioner Baugh, and that is seconded by Commissioner Thatcher. All in favor of closing nominations, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, so those are closed, and that means that Mr. Turner is awarded seat, what we are calling seat 1.
Okay.
We're now going to open up nominations for seat 2.
Mr. Chair, for seat 2, I'd like to recommend Bill Smock for his reappointment.
Bill Smock, we don't do seconds. You can make a motion to close
I'll
nominations.
make a motion to close nominations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Ron to close nominations. That is seconded by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor of closing nominations, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, Mr. Smock is appointed to another term unanimously. We're now going to open up seat 3 for nominations.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the recommendation of reappointing John DeLesline.
DeLesline,
Move to
reappointment.
close nominations.
And we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to close nominations. So the Commissioner Ron nominated John DeLesline. Then there's a motion by Commissioner Baugh to close nominations. That is seconded by Commissioner Thatcher. Okay. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 7-0, Mr. DeLesline is reappointed. So congratulations to Commissioners Smock and DeLesline on their reappointment, and congratulations to Ray Turner on his appointment as a planning commissioner for Manatee County, and thank all of them for their volunteering service that they.
Tough job.
It is a tough job. So this might be tougher.
Might be. That's true.
Okay, so that takes care of planning commission appointments. So then requests for future work sessions. Anyone want to request a work session? Okay, we're going to close that. Citizen comments on future agenda items continued if needed. And Ms. Lawler, you were here earlier and we didn't get to you. Is there a future agenda item that you would like to comment?
Thank you.
Sorry to call you up, but you're the only one here. Make it easy. So
Yeah.
first and last name, county of residence, 3 minutes on a future agenda
Okay.
item.
My name is Ruth Lawler. I'm a longtime resident of Manatee County. At the November 14th Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, I was not there, but I did read the report on it. An item came up that was of great concern. They informed that approximately 15, the committee was informed that approximately 15 acres of the 161 acres of Lena Road County property were likely being sold to a developer who has already completed surveys and drafted housing layouts. This 161 acre property had an intended use when it was purchased to add potential capacity to the landfill and to allow space for expanded and a more central location of county services due to the population growth east and north. Unfortunately, this county property was designated surplus, as we know, in September of 2022 by the Board of County Commissioners. Okay, so the questions are, why sell this County Lena Road property off in a piecemeal fashion? Has a study and an overall plan been conducted for the most efficient use and highest financial yield of the Lena Road property? Obviously, we want to be fiscally conservative. What are the plans to address the need to increase the landfill capacity? What plans or studies have been done to address the need to expand and centralize the county services for which this land was intended when it was purchased? as to the 15 acres that is being proposed, being sold to this builder, has an independent appraisal been done? Who is the developer? And was this parcel put up for competitive bidding? So the reality is that this potential sale of 15 acres of county surplus property to an undisclosed single developer smacks of highly suspicious circumstances and is not being done transparently. Many, many questions, and the citizens really deserve transparency and answers on that. Again, it was in a Affordable Housing Advisory Committee meeting. So it's a concern when that comes up.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? I don't see anyone here. Ms. Feltz already spoke on future agenda items. So we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on future agenda items?
There's no one on the phone at this time.
Okay, we'll close future agenda items, and we will go to the board, where we have two people on the board. Commissioner Cruz is on the board.
Yeah, I was at the affordable housing meeting you were referring to because I'm on the board. The nature of that conversation was a lot of insinuations and guesses by people who don't work for the county based upon public record requests and things they heard and things they saw in the article. Glenn mentioned something about it. People do surveys all the time. Surplus land, unless we're transferring it to a nonprofit, has to be put out for bid. Somebody can do a survey. Someone can request, hey, can I take a look at it because I may want to bid on it, but that doesn't imply there's a contract for sale. We're precluded from selling off property to a for-profit developer without putting it out to bid. So I think that was just people.
Blah, blah, blah.
You know, Glenn obviously wants to use it for a community land trust. I'm a huge fan of community land trust. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that's the right use for this. But your one question was, did we do a financial analysis for highest and best use? I don't know if we have, but I can assure you, just without even doing a report, the highest and best use economically for the county is not putting county property on it. I don't know what it is, but that's not it. Taking it off the tax rolls and putting a bunch of government buildings onto a property is rarely the highest and best use of land. You asked what are we going to do about the landfill? That land was never being utilized to expand a landfill. In fact, we're precluded from expanding the landfill onto that property upon the purchase. That was purchased for other reasons, and part of that land, I think 10 or 20 acres of it, was for a transfer station to help facilitate putting a landfill someplace else, which is still the intention. So anything we do with the land has nothing to do with future use of a land use. One of the main things we were going to put on that was the fleet for the sheriff. That's already found a new home. It's already on the CIP, so that's already taken care of. The rest of it was future plans, and that's something we can be looking at. But I think the conversation you're referring to was a lot of accusations and assumptions, and notwithstanding, some of it had some validity, but and there was some heated reason behind it, but it's not as nefarious as they wanted you. No, I'm not saying you would know. It's just we have to bid it out. So we don't know the best use of that land right now, but there is some interest in it. Certainly, the portions closer to Lena and closer to 64, that's the more valuable, usable space, and that's where the hypothetical 15 acres was coming from.
Thank you, sir. I'll tell you what, why don't we do Commissioner Baugh, and then Dr. Hopes, I'll go to you for all of your closing statements at the end of the meeting, which is after this. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Cruz answered some of these questions perfectly. What is disturbing to me is that this is the second time today that we've had something come up, though, that really came before our board that was just a bunch of rumors that are being thrown out there that aren't accurate. And I think that that's very sad. And it's the last thing that we need. And I thank you, Ms. Lawler, for bringing that forward. I didn't watch the meeting. I'm going to go back now and watch it. You can rest assured. You don't record those?
Well, how transparent.
Oh, oops. I guess Glenn will be all over that, won't he? Yeah. Yeah. But, it's a shame. If you've watched this board whatsoever since 2019 or 2020, everyone would know that, the board never planned to use this land because it was ridiculous, the price that was paid for it, to keep it and build on it. I think it was over $100 million it was going to cost to get everything built. So it was ridiculous. It should have never been purchased in the first place. I think that that's what caused a lot of problems in 2020 when the new board members came on. And I was one of those that was against it, so I can't I can't argue them. I mean, they're right. But it's a shame, I keep thinking about 59th Street that was here today. And it's a shame that, all these rumors are circulating. I sure would love to know how they're being spread, so that maybe we can try and get it under control. So, Ms. Lawler, thank you again for bringing that forward.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, so then we'll jump ahead to item Q, County Administrator's final comments and statements, closing out the meeting.
Thank the citizen. If you go to our website, we are in the middle of a competitive procurement following state guidelines and the county ordinance for the land on Lena Road. And we've extended it through, I think, up through January for additional proposals. So it will be a very public, transparent procurement. All the information is on the county's procurement website. There have been multiple surveys. I can tell you there have been multiple Phase 1 environmental, Phase 2 environmentals that have been done by prospective parties that are interested. So it is following state and county guidelines to take in proposals, to see what people would like to do with that property, to give the county the highest value and the best use of what's in the best interest of the citizens and taxpayers of Manatee County. Want to thank the new board members. This was a challenging meeting, but you did an exceptional job. You made some very, very difficult decisions today. I know staff appreciates your time, your inquiries, your questions, and I really appreciate the work that we've done to date, and I look forward to the years to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. County Attorney, do you have any closing thoughts? No, sir, I do not. Okay, thank you. Then we will go into commissioner comments. We'll start with District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing profound except that this was a good meeting and good things are coming. And so I appreciate being a part of it with you guys. And I'm excited about this new board and great things ahead for Manatee County and all the citizens. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. District 2.
Well, what about his new property in District 1 for his soccer fields?
Thank you, sir.
Reverse, back it up.
With a 16-acre easement. What?
So item number 40 for all those watching at home is in District 1, and it is a developer that bought acreage before things got as crazy on the price, but agreed to sell the county 70 or 80?
74 acres with a 16-acre temporary easement.
74 acres to the county at the price they paid back in the day. And so,
It'll be in Curiosity Creek.
yeah, going to be in Curiosity Creek, and the preliminary plan, very preliminary, but is to put a bunch of some soccer fields and some baseball fields up there so some kids and some families can have a great place to play. So very exciting stuff coming.
Yeah, much needed.
And I appreciate the board's support and the county administrator for getting it together. Thank you.
For the new commissioners, there are 16 or 18 soccer fields south of the river in Manatee County. There are 2 north of the river. So,
Right.
and lots of families moving to Parish, so much needed. District 2.
I just want to thank everybody for a great first meeting. As everyone up here knows, it's been a long day for me personally, but I'm excited to work with you all going forward, and I think we're going to do some great things for the county.
Thank you. In District 3, it's, beautiful day in District 3. Weather's great. We did have a really difficult traffic accident on Manatee Avenue right in the heart of my district. It was Saturday. But our EMS responded. They were there within 3 minutes of the call, but not much, unfortunately, they could do. But we do appreciate them every single day and appreciate them working over, and everybody that worked over Thanksgiving that's a county employee. We appreciate you for your sacrifice and being away from your family during that time. So anyway, welcome aboard to all of you. District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What a great day again in Manatee County. I look at this board up here, and I'm just so excited to be serving with each and every one of you, along with our county attorney and our county administrator, and our great now Fab 4 of our deputy county administrators that we're going to have. So this is going to be an exciting time for Manatee County, and I just want to thank each and every one of you, and thank you, staff, for putting up with me during our briefings.
I can only imagine. District 5.
It's a great day in Lakewood Ranch and the surrounding areas. Greyhawk, Waterleaf, I mean, you name it. It's just a great day. I appreciate all the new board members. I think that you took the bull by the horns. I mean, you had a couple of difficult, things to look at today, and you did it very well. And you obviously did your research, and that's what it's all about. That's how you serve the people that voted you to represent them. And so you did a great job, and we have a lot more coming. I mentioned earlier that I had talked to a reporter this morning, and I told him that I thought the biggest story right now in Manatee County is that, with the new board, we seem to get complaints that they think we're going to move fast. Well, yeah, we are. We have a lot to do. We have a lot that all the board members want to see and get done. So that is what it's all about, is moving forward to the people, for the people of Manatee, to give them the best quality of life that we possibly can. And I know from working with all of you in this last election that that was your goal. And the old Fab 4, which I understand from Commissioner Ron, is now the Magnificent 7. Don't repeat that. We're all in it together. Staff is in it with us. I have never seen staff come across so happy, and you can just feel the difference in the air here in this building. So it really is a great day. So I appreciate you all, and thank you very much for all of your hard work, including you, sir. I didn't want to leave you out.
Thank you, ma'am. District 6.
Wow, what a wonderful meeting. It was a great experience for me, especially. Being able to do it with each and every one of y'all is wonderful. I know sometimes I look like I'm serious, but it's because I am, because these are serious matters in these, in this day and time. So, one of the things is it's just wonderful to be able to serve the residents of Manatee County, and it's just an awesome place. One of the things I would like us to look into is knowing that Operation Iraqi Freedom is over with, and also Operation Enduring Freedom, right, is a global war on terrorism memorial for those that have died and served this great country. Maybe it's at the new park or whatnot, but I would like us to look into that, because that's been on my heart today. So, but thank y'all so much, and I appreciate everything. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. District 7.
Yeah, no, it was a great meeting, efficient meeting. We got one more regular meeting and a work session and a land use, and then that's the end of the year. So
We're out of here.
it's gonna go quick. So let's get some stuff done. And as Commissioner Boss said, it's not that we're moving fast; it's that we're moving efficiently. We've got things we want to accomplish, and having 14 work sessions and kicking cans down the road until things break is not best use of your time on our behalf. Otherwise, I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. If you got time tonight, Battle of the Badges is the game between Manatee Sheriff's Office and City of Bradenton Police out at Lecom, 6 p.m. tonight. It's $10. For whatever reason, the link doesn't appear to be working to buy tickets online, but you can buy them at the gate. I think a handful of us are going to be there, so it should be a good time and should be nice weather tonight. So that's it.
Thank you, sir. All right, great meeting. Is there anything further? We're adjourned.